pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for coming, everyone, for those viewing on our live stream. It is May 18th and a redo of April 20th, 2020. This is the Commission business meeting where we take care of county business for our 6,000 citizens. While we are in a state of emergency with the COVID-19 pandemic, we will abide by Governor Bullock's directive. Currently, we are in phase 1. The AG's related opinion and MACO guidelines. The county determined a process for running these meetings in March that optimizes participation and ensures all citizens are afforded the same opportunities as everyone else. Documents are available for review prior to the meeting and are on the website. They are in this book. The meetings are live streamed. They are stored on YouTube, so you can view at any time. With the live stream, people can offer comment. If your email address does not include your name, please include that for us in a separate email or a separate message so that we have that to abide by our policies. All public comment is welcome. Email, U.S. mail, phone, comments in person. They're all taken. But you must provide your full name for the record. We follow Robert's Rules of Order and the Broadwater County Civility and Open Meeting Policies. For public comment, for all those here, please remain seated. And that includes, Tim, you stand to operate your camera. That's fine. If you give public comment, I'll ask you to sit just so we keep any spores at a minimum. Please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair, and each person will be given 3 minutes to speak. This will also maintain equity for those on live stream. Finally, this disclaimer has been approved by the Commission via the weekly minutes and applies to all public comment. Public comment is the opinion of citizens as individuals and does not necessarily reflect accurately on Broadwater County actions, operations, policies, practices, or processes. And that's it. I am going to hold off public comment until 10. For now, we are going to go ahead and move into a redo of the April 20, 2020 Commission meeting. What happened with that meeting is our policy that we approved in March stated that we would live stream the meetings and take public comment via that live stream. Due to technical difficulties, and this is in the minutes, we did not start the meeting until 11:20. This was an hour and a half after our advertised time. And we didn't have the live streaming because we didn't have the internet capabilities for that. So there was not an opportunity for comment, therefore public participation. The question was posed in the meeting if we should postpone or cancel, and we were advised by legal counsel that we could continue. However, if we want to abide by the rights to participate, it is correct that we redo the meeting. We've been advised we don't need to redo administrative, but I think we should redo everything so that we are practicing an abundance of caution and giving every citizen a right to participate in every aspect of that meeting. Any other comments, anything to add? No. Okay. Then we will proceed, and Daryl, thank you for requesting a copy of the minutes. We'll just follow right on down the line. The first order of discussion, or the first order on the agenda, and I'll read it verbatim. I acknowledge receipt of the petition to create or open Red Hill Road and Leffler Road. Authorize an investigation into the feasibility, desirability, and cost of granting the petition request. So with that, we had a letter from William Driscoll, attorney for the CX Ranch, and it reads as follows. Dear Commissioners, I represent CX Ranch LLP. Contrary to the assertion in the petition that there are no landowners affected by the proposed action, CX Ranch owns real property subject to this petition and would be adversely affected if the petition were granted. CX Ranch opposes this petition on multiple grounds and will have no more to say about that as your process on the petition moves forward. Noting that the petition identifies primary contact for petitioners Joseph H. Schmaus, phone 406-437-4534, email joeschmaus@gmail.com. Mr. Schmaus is not a petitioner in this proceeding, and he is not admitted to practice law in the state of Montana. CX Ranch does not recognize Mr. Schmaus's claim status as a contact for the petitioners, and CX Ranch will object to Mr. Schmaus's advocating or presenting any information in this matter on behalf of anyone other than himself. Sincerely, William Driscoll of Franz and Driscoll, PLLP. Let's see. Okay, so we did have comment from County Attorney Corey Swanson and Joe Schmaus in the meeting, and that is following our policy. The next thing we had was a motion, and I can either read it, and we can vote to reaffirm, or you guys we can make it again. What do you guys want to do? Maybe I'll do this. I'm not going to read it. How about we go ahead and remake the motion?
We'll just remake the motion, yeah.
All right.
All right, so I will make the motion to acknowledge receipt of the petition to open Red Hill and Leffler Roads and to investigate the merits of the petition.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to acknowledge receipt of the petition to open Red Hill and Leffler Roads and to investigate the merits of the petition. Is there any public comment? We'll take public comment from here in the room first and then go to online comments. And again, please remain seated if you choose to make public comment. Any public comment? Public comment? Tim, if you want to make a public comment, I'm going to ask you to sit just like everyone else.
It used to be stand up and you go to the podium, so I know
Tim?
not change policy. Anyway,
Tim,
okay.
it is a changed policy due to COVID-19. We are following a process we agreed to in March. We are also following the governor's directive, the AG's guidelines, and guidelines from MACO. Please sit to make your comments so that we do not have spores spread further around this room than we need to.
Wow.
Please sit to make public comment, or I'm going online. Thank you. Do you have public comment?
I did.
Would you like to make your public comment?
It really is frustrating, Madam Chair, that first of all, today's meeting moves the public comment section for items not on the agenda an hour into this, when most people that are trying to keep up with what's going on here are under the premise that the public comment is allowed at the very beginning of the meeting. Today, that's been
Tim,
voided.
please
That
stick
is-
with the subject. We will get to general public comment at 10. For now, I would like to hear if you have any comments on acknowledgement of the receipt of the petition to open Red Hill and Leffler Roads. Would you like to
On
wait?
this petition, as part of Redoubt News, and that's who I'm here speaking for as of right now, I have been trying very hard to keep the people informed on what's going on with our local government here in Broadwater County and access to public lands and protection of private property rights. This particular petition moves that forward, and thank you for bringing this back, but it's a practice that this commission continues to do, which is putting the cart back behind the horse where it belongs after the fact that the rights of the citizens are violated. My rights on this particular meeting, not only as a citizen, but as a member of journalism and the press, were strictly and absolutely violated, and so that needs to be on the record. It was denied at the last meeting on April 20th, but here we are. We're trying to get the cart back before the horse, and I'm not going to use up any more of your time here because it's obviously, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this? Do we have anything online? No. All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And we have another motion.
That was your motion, Mike.
I want to make a motion to authorize Commissioner Volkford to assist Sauber surveying and investigating the feasibility and desirability of granting the petition request, and to authorize WWC Engineering to investigate the cost of said request.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize Commissioner Folkford, with assistance of Shawver Surveying, to investigate the feasibility, desirability of granting the petition request, and to authorize WWC Engineering to investigate the cost of said request. Do we have any public comment on that motion? Tim?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, on this particular petition, it refers to 2 roads that have never been abandoned. And so my question on behalf of the citizens and Redoubt News is, why is there a feasibility of, basically the impression that I get reading your agenda and what your motion is that we're going to create a new road. That is not the case here. And so why is there feasibility of expense when the road's already there? It's a matter of opening or closing the road in my understanding. And so it just really takes us down a trail that really doesn't seem to go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments? Ellen?
Yes, Alan Wright.
Thank you.
On this motion, where to authorize investigation into the feasibility, part of what Mr. Pryor just mentioned, feasibility of what? Because then you bring in desirability. Do we have a desire to have public right-of-ways? Now, is it either been abandoned, closed, or does the county still own it? And so, those 2 things there are kind of either misleading or disturbing, because feasibility, if the county owns the road, then it's pretty much what it's gonna cost is what it's gonna cost to bring it up to specs. Desirability, what is the factors that determine desirability?
Madam Chair, can I answer part of that?
Perfect.
So what we're doing, we're following the state statute. First statute is 714-2601 MCA. Second one is 714-2603 MCA, and I'll read that. Investigation of request concerning road decision. At its next regular or special meeting, or in any case, at a date within 30 days after filing any petition, the board shall cause an investigation to be made into the feasibility, desirability, and cost of granting the prayer of the petition. The investigation shall be sufficient to properly determine the merits or demerits of the petition. That's why we're doing this out. Okay?
Okay,
Any question?
I think that was pretty clear.
All right.
And any other public
I have
comment?
one
Joe?
comment. I would like to add, I guess speaking in lines with Mr. Wright here, again, as the board knows, this is an existing right-of-way that was created many, many years ago, 1915, I believe it was, on Lepler Road. And I'm arguing, and I have evidence to show that it was clear back in what I see is July 11th, 1886 on this Red Hill Road. In previous meetings with the board, we've discussed not so much the desirability and feasibility, but in this instance, as Mr. Wright stated, or maybe to help answer his questions as Mr. Folkford did, the right-of-way's there, it's county-owned, administered by the state. The eminent domain proceedings went through many, many years ago to acquire that right-of-way. And then also, you know, the cost of this, I guess it's at the county's discretion if you guys want to build a full spec road in there. But currently, there's not a spec road in there. But there's other county roads in this county that are used daily that are not spec as well. So I guess it would be up to the discretion of the county and the board as far as, you know, the cost of those improvements. Are they necessary? To some may say yes, others may say no. But for the general access need of the public, a full spec road in there is not required for that. So I just would hate to see that, this petition to open this road is turned down, because the county feels it's gonna take too much money to build this road spec, when a spec road's not required at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. And any comments online?
Can I make a comment? Nicole
Yes.
Brown. Can I remind the commission to ask the public here in this room to give both their first and last name for the record?
Thank you very
But
much.
no online comment yet. Thank you.
And so that was Joe Schmaus. We also had Tim Ravendall and Alan Wright. You did give your name for the record, so thank you very much for that. All right, so all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, next we had a contract that was issued, I believe, April 6th, and that was in error. There is MCA 2-2-201 that states that the commission, or in this case, local government, or state or federal government, cannot contract with an employee within 6 months of their leaving their position. This is common knowledge, I think, for state and federal employees. It is not for local government. We worked with our HR consultant, with Chief Legal Counsel at Mako, and with our county attorney on this, and none of them were aware of this statute, therefore none of them advised us of this statute. We did learn about it for the first time on April 9th, and this contract needs to be revoked because of statute 2-2-201. Anything you guys want to add? All right.
I'll make a motion to revoke the contract with Mary Henderson.
I will second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to revoke the contract with Mary Hendrickson. Is there any public comment? Public comment?
Madam
State your
Chair,
name and please remain seated.
Tim Ravendall, Readout News, just real quick, and I understand that this is a process that's being followed and again regrouped after the April 20th meeting. Is it possible to back up just a second, because you moved into this new agenda that's at the same time before everything was pretty much done on clarification on my part with the last part of your first part of your agenda?
Thank you, Tim. This, the yellow highlighted portion of the agenda is verbatim from what was on the agenda on that particular day. But yes, I will, and I should have read the change in the agenda item, so I apologize for that. Public Works Management Plan, approved job description for solid waste foreman is the next business. So now we are on the Public Works Management Plan.
And again, I had one more question on the first part of your agenda, but you moved on too quick for me.
I did ask for public comment for the record. All right, so anything online, Nicole? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, and the second part of that, again, thank you for reminding me to read that, is to advertise for a, or put together a public works plan, management plan. And I would defer to you guys again if you want to make further comment or make a motion.
I'll make a motion to advertise for the Public Works Director position.
I'll second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded to advertise for a Public Works Director position, and this would be in lieu of contracting. And I do have two public comments to read for the record. The first is from Ross Johnson, and I will read this in full, but I will remind Mr. Johnson that he is speaking for Ross Johnson, period. He is not speaking for anyone else on the record. Dear Commissioners, I urge you to reconsider hiring or contracting a Public Works Director. It's clear to me the citizens of Broadwater County do not think or want a Public Works Director. Maybe at some point in the future such a position may be warranted. What citizens of Broadwater County want is good separate road and solid waste supervisors. Also, considering the layoffs at RY Timber and the economic effects of the COVID-19 virus, The time to just hold our own is now. The comeback from the businesses being shut down will not be immediate and most likely be at least 18 to 24 months before we get back to normal. I urge you to vote no on a Public Works Director position. Sincerely, Ross S. Johnson. And this from Keith J.B. Howick. I object to the contract between Broadwater County and Ms. Mary Hendrickson, former employee of Broadwater County, Montana. Per MCA 2-2-201, quote, a former employee may not, within 6 months following the termination of employment, contract or be employed by an employer who contracts with the state or any of its subdivisions involving matters with which the former employee was directly involved during employment, unquote. The approved contract with Ms. Hendrickson is therefore invalid and unenforceable unless signed and entered into after September 23, 2020. No position of employment or contract for services should be entered into without appropriate public announcement and review of qualifications, and no previous behavior contrary to that can set precedent to continue inappropriate or illegal behavior. E. Keith J.B. Howick, Jr., Townsend, Montana. So, with that, any other public comment? Public comment? Tim, please remain seated and state your full name for the record.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Tim Readout News. Question, because this is a redo of the April 20th meeting where decisions were made there, is the new contract been completed, advertised, and done, or is that starting from today? That's the question for clarification.
Thank you for your comment. There is no new contract. That is,
Advertising, I
There's
guess maybe
no-
was the word missed.
yes, there is no new contract.
They're advertising for the job.
Mm-hmm.
Is that starting today, or did that start on April 20th on that decision?
That started after realizing that this was in error. Bobby?
Bobby Meehan, Broadwater Reporter. So does this mean, I think that what he's trying to get at is, will there be a new job announcement since today is the day that we're now officially making the decision again?
Since advertising for a position would be more administrative than something that we don't bring every single job application to a public meeting, then it would have no bearing. This subject is strictly removing that contract due to the fact that it was inappropriate and moving forward with keeping the offices as is. So that wouldn't even have to have a vote because there's no change to the status quo. So this is extra.
So the job application announcement, the job announcement is complete?
It is, but it has absolutely no bearing on what happened on April 20th. Had we decided to change, then a vote would have been necessary. As we kept it status quo, there is no need. This is just extra for extra communication with the public. This is being extra cautious or adding extra rights to participate.
Right, I understand. So
Yeah.
may I, where did you advertise the announcement exactly?
Oh gosh, we'll have to get you a list. We did it through HR.
Oh, so HR, because you had said that you were going to do a wide net for the job announcement.
You're right.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and we try and do that with every single application that we do that is beyond Broadwater County. We want as wide a net spread as possible, and that's pretty much across the board.
So did you advertise in Broadwater County?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
how was that advertised?
You know what, I'm gonna send you to HR for all those details because I don't have them all on the top of my head. Do you guys have a full list? Okay. Any other public comment? Anything? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And again, talking to Gregory Bonilla, he said, you guys don't really need to do the administrative, but I think we should, just to be on the side of caution. Let's see. Okay, approve a job description for the solid waste foreman. And this was pretty much mirroring the road foreman job description. Kind of the same deal there. You guys have anything to add on that?
No.
Okay. We did have a motion for that, so maybe we should just stick with the motion,
I'll
just
make
again,
a motion to
added.
accept the job description for the solid waste foreman and to advertise the said position.
I'll second.
It has been moved to, and seconded, to accept the job description for solid waste foreman and to advertise for the position. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Next agenda item, again, this is verbatim from April 20. Approve the job description for countywide groundskeeper. That's it.
I'll make a motion to approve the job description for the groundskeeper.
I'll second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the job description for the groundskeeper and omitting the fairgrounds. Was that made in the motion, or did I?
I forgot to add that, yes.
Okay,
I'd like to amend my motion to add omitting the fairgrounds pending an approved agreement.
you still good with your
I'm
second,
good
Mike?
with that, yes.
Okay, it's still been moved and seconded to approve the job description for groundskeeper omitting the fairgrounds. Is there any public comment? Alan, please state your name for the record again.
Alan Wright, can you give me, what is the description and job duties of a countywide groundskeeper?
That is here in the book. Be happy to show it to you after the meeting. You can get a copy. That is public
So can
domain.
you give a brief verbal description?
Basic groundskeeping, mowing grass, picking up garbage, maintenance, that kind of thing.
It's a full-time job.
It's not really full-time, but it's seasonal.
It is, and I think what the discussion was, Alan, was, we have a groundskeeper for the airport, we have a groundskeeper for the fairgrounds, we have a groundskeeper for the ball field, and groundskeeper for around the courthouse. The thought was, did it make sense to have one person, a temporary person through the summer to do that position, rather than maintaining 3 different lawnmowers and paying 4 or 5 different people to do the same job. That was the reason, that's how that discussion came about. Whether we follow through with it or not, we don't know,
Okay.
but we just,
I was just curious,
we just approved that job
because it said
description.
countywide, and so I was, you know,
Bobby?
Bobby Meehan. So does that mean anyone will lose their job? You said that we had
I
3 or
didn't hear the
4.
question, what was it?
Will that mean someone will lose their job? You said there were 3 or 4 different people doing, no?
Any other comments? Anything online? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, and let's see, the approved public health overtime and standby pay status change for COVID-19. So this is the result of a grant that was received from the state specifically for COVID-19, and it is specifically to pay for the extra time that our public health and environmental health offices have been spending because of this COVID-19. So it's been brought to our attention that our public health nurse has a phone with her, and she is required to answer every call within 15 minutes of receiving that. Those come in all weekend long. And we also have a sanitarian who has been attending events, working weekends as well. So that's what the grant is for, is to help offset those increased costs on the county. The overtime and standby pay is exactly following what the union does for our folks who are unionized, so it is not any more. And I think that's it, unless I didn't add something you guys think needs to be added. All right.
So I made the motion to approve the overtime and standby pay retroactive to March 17th of 2020.
I'll second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the overtime and standby pay retroactive to March 17, 2020. Is there any public comment? Public comment? Tim, please state your name.
Tim with Redot News, real quick, what is the amount of the state grant that's came in to help cover the cost of this new development?
This particular grant
And where
was
does it
for
come from? Excuse me.
$14,000.
How much?
$14,000.
Okay,
And again, it comes from the state, DPHHS, Department of
Okay.
Health and Human Services.
thank you.
Any other public comment? Is that a hand raised, Alan? You're just stretching your fingers?
Yeah.
All right. And then nothing online, I see. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. So the mail received, these are still available for anybody who wants to come and take a look, as all our mail is. DPHHS report of good water quality at Silos Recreation Area. DEQ notice of review of water quality standards. Montana Historical Society notice that the Spokane Hills Airway Beacon is being considered for nomination to the National Register of Historic Places. DEQ notice of an asbestos fee ruling hearing, that would be an arm change. Montana Weights and Measures Program notice regarding waiver of certain fuel specifications. We have in our policy that our staff can proceed with paying claims and payroll during COVID, but we do have quite a few claims and payroll that we did that day. So we did have approved claims dated 4/8/20 for $32,027.32.
I'll make a motion to approve said claims.
No second.
It has been moved and seconded to pay the approved claims dated 4/8/20 in the amount of $32,027.32. Any public comment? Public comment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We also have approved claims in the amount of, from 4/10/20, $204,161.06.
Make a motion to pay said claims in said amount.
No second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded to pay the approved claims of 4/10/20 in the amount of $204,161.06. Any public comment? Tim?
Tim with Redot News, real quick question for clarification. These claims are basically part of that agenda of redo from the 420 meeting?
Yes.
Because they're not, listing that function is not there. That's just for clarification, thank you.
You're welcome, and they are in the book. Any other public comment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And I'm gonna stick with claims. We have approved claims from 4/17/20 in the amount of $27,934.27.
You skipped one.
I did, it's payroll, I was gonna keep the claims together and then
Okay.
come to the payroll together.
This is one for 27,000,
It is,
Okay.
yes.
and I'll make a motion to approve the claims for $27,934.27.
I'll second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded to pay the approved claims dated 4/17/20 in the amount of $27,934.27. Is there any public comment? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And to payroll. Approved payroll for pay date 4/15/20 in the amount of $195,414.32.
I'll make a motion to approve payroll claims as stated.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to pay payroll for pay date 4/15/20 in the amount of $195,414.32. Any public comment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And the last payroll is for pay date 3/31/20 in the amount of $204,083.96.
And I'll make the motion to pay the payroll claims in the amount of $204,083.96. $204,083.96.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to pay payroll for pay date 3/31/20 in the amount of $204,083.96. Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, we have time to spare, so with that, what I'm gonna do is open it up for public comment for anything, on any subject not on the agenda, and that the commission has jurisdiction over from April 20th, 2020. Any public comment?
I have a question. Would it be public comment on just matters of that meeting or any other matter that has been previously before the board?
Well, actually, either one. We'll have public comment again at 10, and then hear any public comment you have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For
I thought that
today's
this
meeting.
was the 10 o'clock. I can-
Yeah. Yeah, this is a redo of the 4:20 meeting, just because we didn't have the YouTube going.
I'm
Yeah.
aware of that, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Bobby?
Bobby Meehan, Broadwater Reporter. So in that case, may I ask a question that has nothing to do with the April 20th meeting?
Yeah, you can, but we'll have public comment for today's meeting
Right. And I have
at 10.
where could I find a Silos KOA contract?
We can get you one. I mean, there's a couple of places you can find them.
Just let me know where and I've checked and no one can find one. So if you could tell me where, I could go get it.
I don't know where you've checked, but they're all over this courthouse. So yeah, we'll get you a copy.
Okay, tell
Yeah.
me one place I could go. Clerk and recorder?
Commission office, for one, because it's our management agreement.
Okay.
So, yeah, you just call us,
Okay. If I could
Yeah.
get one of those, that'd be great.
all right?
Chair, if I
Yeah.
may approach this, I've got my binder, I have a few documents that I would like to submit.
Sure. And this is for later, Joe?
This is, I guess, part of the.
What I'll ask you to do is, go ahead and sit.
Okay,
If you want to leave the binder, you can, that's
Okay.
what I thought you were doing. But
Yeah.
if you want to go through your paperwork, I'll ask you to just sit.
I just
And
have,
do it?
I have these copies available for the
Okay.
board, and it doesn't relate to the April 20th meeting nor the litigation, it's just a point that I want to bring up to the board, which is very concerning to me.
Okay,
Um,
we'll take that. I'll
okay.
ask you to sit and share the news with us.
Okay.
But you can have this time for public comment for sure. Thank you.
That is page 9 of the road records that were transferred from Jefferson County to Broadwater County in
Okay.
1890. As is noted, this is a certified copy if you want to verify that. It's noted 1898. And I also have the minutes that correspond to those certified if you want to see them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So my concern is this. As you know, I have all these roads going on out there. If you look at the bottom of that page 9, you will see the minute that reports, quote, that the report of viewers for damages from Edmondson's Ferry Road be accepted and road ordered opened, no damage. This is concerning to me because I believe that your county attorney concealed this information from the board in prior meetings. If you will, please take the time at the close of this meeting and refer to Mr. Swanson's September 21st, 2018 memorandum. He states in that memorandum, excuse me, that he reviewed the entire road records transferred from Jefferson County, which that is a copy of. This is a 35-page document. He handpicked 9 pages of this 35-page document, inserted it in his memorandum, stated to the board that he reviewed all of the information contained in this 35-page document, yet he advises the board that Edmondson's Ferry was never officially opened. And I just want to bring that, excuse me, to the attention of the board because it's very concerning to me. Yes.
Thanks, Joe.
This would explain the other road, the Beaver Creek Road, and then this particular petition explains how all the roads line up. those 3 roads. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to see the actual certified minutes, which are stamped with the seal from Jefferson County Clerk and Recorder's Office, which are the actual minutes, the original minutes that resulted in the transcription, I have those as well, if the board would like to see those.
Sure.
It's book D, and it's the third paragraph down from the top, and you can see that these are certified documents from Jefferson County, signed and sealed. I don't have copies to hand out of these, but I can show each of the individual commissioners that, Mr. Fulford. Those minutes are transcription of this original insert here. The report of viewers, damages, and Moose Ferry. Road be accepted and road ordered open, no damage. Mike, do you want to take a look at those? Mr. Delger, would you like to take a look at that? Or do you have to go into third paragraph down from the top for verification? And if the board would like, I can go.
Did you care to see them, Ann?
If the board would like, I can go get copies made of those to distribute prior to the next.
The wording is verbatim. Here in what you gave us, we've just verified it. I don't think there's a need for more copies, unless
Okay.
you guys disagree. All right,
Thank you very much.
thanks, Joe. All right, any other public comment, anything online? Okay, how do you guys feel about recessing until 10?
Sure.
Okay, we are recessed for 16 and a half minutes. We are back from recess. And I think what I'm gonna do, because we were redoing the April 20th meeting at 9. This is actually a new meeting. So I'm gonna start it as a new meeting, if that is okay with you guys. We'll do the pledge again, it never hurts.
Okay.
All right, so if you'd all please stand, join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please turn off your phones. All right, folks, you guys need to take chairs and be seated. This is due to COVID-19. We are at 10. Nobody else may come in. We will cycle people in and out so that we get everybody's public comment. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, thank you very much. So, welcome, by the way, to our meeting. This is the commission business meeting, and this is where we take care of county business for our 6,000 citizens. While we're in a state of emergency with the COVID-19 pandemic, we will abide by Governor Bullock's directive. We're currently in phase 1, the AG's related opinion, and MACO guidelines. The county determined a process for running these meetings in March to optimize public participation and to ensure that all citizens are treated equitably with the same opportunities as everyone else. Documents are available before every meeting. This is kept in the clerk and recorder's office. We also have them on our website. These meetings are live streamed on YouTube. Public comment is welcome via email, US mail, phone, personal comments. but we do ask that you give your full name prior to any public comment. Here in the room, every time you speak, that way people who can't see you know who's speaking, and we also require that those online give their full name. We don't accept cryptic emailed addresses. We will follow Robert's Rules of Order and the Broadwater County Civility and Open Meeting Policies. For public comment, for those here, please remain seated. Raise your hand to be recognized. Each person will be given an initial 3 minutes to speak. Again, state your name for the record, and this will maintain equity with our live streamers. Finally, this disclaimer has been approved by the Commission via the weekly minutes and applies to all public comment. Public comment is the opinion of citizens, and it's as individuals. It does not necessarily reflect accurately on Broadwater County actions, operations, policy, practice, or processes. And what we have for the live streamers is a disclaimer. And it says, according to the Broadwater County Commission meeting agenda and open meeting policy reaffirmed January 6, 2020 by unanimous 3-0 vote of the Commission, public comment must include your full name. If your online message does not include your full name, please provide it so that your comments may be read into the record. Thank you, Broadwater County Commissioners. So with that, we will go ahead and open this meeting. It is May 18th, 2020. And our first item on the agenda is public comment on any subject not on the agenda and that the Commission has jurisdiction over. Is there any public comment? Tim?
Tim with Redoubt News, Montana, and just a clarification, earlier in your meeting, you talked about county roads, and earlier in this year, in fact last year, County Attorney Swanson brought forward information on Indian Creek Road and some of the county roads in the Elkhorn Mountains. We have not heard any more on that particular aspect of providing access to public lands for the people in Broadwater County. So the question is what is the status of that?
Thank you, Tim. Is there any other public comment? Anything online? Okay. We don't know for sure that those are county roads. So there's process for services involved in that. And when we know more, we will share it publicly. Thank you for asking. All right, we will move on to adoption of the minutes, approval of the minutes. We have May 4 and May 11. These were emailed out by Ann this week.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from May 4th and May 11th.
I'll second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of both May 4 and May 11. Is there any public comment? Public comment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And I said they were emailed out this week. They were actually emailed out last week. Because today is Monday. Thanks, Ann. Okay, we will end this currently in progress commission meeting and open a public hearing. This hearing is to adopt the county capital improvements plan. And this has also been in the clerk recorder's office and online. And here is the copy. The resolution is to approve the departmental capital improvements plan for Broadwater County. Whereas the last Broadwater County Improvements Plan, CIP, was a city-county community plan from 2011, and whereas the CIP is essential for the documenting equipment, the county has the condition it is in and the current and future needs are, and whereas capital investments are generally but not limited to those investments over $5,000, and whereas the CIP will be used for financial planning purposes to evaluate needs, repair, and replacement, and whereas the Broadwater County Board of County Commissioners hired a consultant with Great West Engineering through a public request for proposals process, and whereas the Commission reviewed the consultant's research and recommendations from Broadwater County elected officials and department heads, and now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners that the departmental capital improvements plan is hereby approved and adopted. So one piece of information is this was paid for with the Department of Commerce through a CDBG grant, that's Community Development Block Grant. So with that, is there any public comment for this public hearing for or against the capital improvements plan? Tim?
Tim with Redot News, thank you for bringing this back to the table, putting the horse back in front of the cart here, because that resolution was changed at the last meeting. That gives everybody a front page seat at what's really going on with that. Question, what is the amount that was paid for this portion of the improvement plan, not maybe excluded from the growth policy that paid to Great West? Maybe I hope I worded my question properly.
All right. And we'll go ahead and give an answer for that during the decision phase. Any other public comment? Public comment, anything online? All right. Appears we have no one in the hall waiting to speak. So with that, we will close the public hearing and go to the decision to adopt the capital improvements plan. And the answer is, I don't know what the total was just for the CIP. The CDBG grant was for three things. One, the CDBG, or the CIP. Two, the growth policy update, which was approved last week. And three, floodplain, thank you, floodplain updates. So to divide it out, I don't have that, it was done in conjunction with the other two, so I don't have that. We could give you the full total, and then you could do some math on your own to figure that out, but we just don't have it broken down because it was one of three, it was a big project.
So the total?
And that I don't have with us, but we can get you a copy. Okay, gentlemen, any questions, comments?
Guess I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution for the county improvement plan.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution to approve the departmental capital improvements plan for Broadwater County. Any public comment? Public comment? Yeah, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next we will close this regularly scheduled commission meeting and open a public hearing. This is to increase launch fees and camping fees at Silos Recreation Area. A resolution increasing use fees at Silos Recreation Area, $5 per launch honorary fee, $50 annual launch honorary fee, increase camping fees from $10 per night to $12. Whereas Broadwater County, and this is just for the Silos Recreation Area. Okay, whereas Broadwater County is a managing partner with Bureau of Reclamation, BOR, for the Silos Recreation Area. And whereas BOR has written a letter supporting both imposing launch fees and increasing camping fees. And whereas the Broadwater County Trust Board has an obligation to maintain services at Silos Recreation Area. And whereas Canyon Ferry Lake is a major economic driver for Broadwater County, generating approximately $14 million annually for communities surrounding the lake. And whereas the Townsend Business District benefits from money generated at Silos, Townsend Marine is the top lunch seller west of the Mississippi. Personal area rentals have developed to respond to the need for area accommodations. That would be Airbnbs, verbal, that kind of thing. And whereas a community has developed around the Silos Recreation Area, which includes home-based businesses, Silos Junction, rental space units, and Silos KOA and store. And whereas Broadwater County hires a concessionaire to help with maintenance, management, improvements, and oversight of the Silos Recreation Area. Whereas a plan was proposed by the County Commission to improve and provide magnesium chloride for dust control for the campground roads and loops that increase camping fees from $10 a night to $12 a night, and a plan to rebuild the parking lot at Silos Bay docks, including magnesium chloride, then impose an honorary fee of $5 per launch and an honorary $50 per launch per year fee. The parking lot at Silos Bay docks was completed in April 2020. The campground road and loops were not. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Broadwater County Commissioners impose an honorary $5 per launch fee, $50 annual honorary launch fee, and increasing camping fees from $10 to $12 per night. And I have a slew of public comment. And I think since this is a public hearing, what we'll do is we'll hear from the folks who were here first, and then I'll read what we have here in these letters. And for your listening ears, it'll give my throat a chance to clear and soften a bit. So we'll hear from those who are in here first, and with public comment again, remain seated. State your full name for the record. If we have folks out in the hall, we'll cycle you guys out and bring them in, and then we'll hear from people online, and then we'll read the comments. All right? So, public comment. This is a public hearing. It's your chance to speak. Steve.
Steve McCullough. I'm here to speak on the launch fees, and I've interviewed or discussed with a number of boaters in excess of 20 at the launch and just in general public, Townsend Marine, what their opinions were. What they came away with is 90% were totally pro. They thought the fees were reasonable. They were really excited about a $50 annual launch fee. They were as active as we are out there. They were pretty pleased with that number. Not upset about the fees whatsoever. There were a couple of negatives from the standpoint of now is not a good time with COVID and people unemployed and et cetera, That was one of the negatives. The other negative that we tried to smooth over in discussions is the concern that the fees for the campgrounds will be kept separate from the launch fees because they want the income collected on the launch fees to be used for boating related activities. They didn't want to see their money collected and then have that used on the campground instead of where it's being collected. That was their, probably 80% of those in support were saying, make sure that money is used for the boating related public that's paying the fee. Don't use it elsewhere. So that was their concern. So, but overwhelming support for it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anyone here? Yes, sir.
My name is Tom Wold, and I go along with Steve. The people that I've talked about at the silos, they're not totally against it, but they want those fees, they want to know where those fees are going to go. They want to see what their money is being bought, just not rubber stamp this and we're going to put the money where we want it. I mean, so far you've done a pretty good job out there this year of redoing the parking lot area. So that was basically what, and they want to keep the campground fees separate from the boat ramp. We want to know where that boat ramp money's going.
Thank you. comment? All right, I'm just gonna check the hall. Nobody's out there that I can see. Do we have anything online? I saw a sticky note for a minute.
Yes, but the gentleman has retracted his message, so
Okay,
currently nothing.
all right, thank you. Last chance, public hearing. Any other comments?
Kim Conduit, I really want to hear the letters that you have first, because I'm totally in support of doing this. I think that it needs it, and I think the county being in the hole last year, it needs to go for the parking lot itself and have a separate fund set up for that. I'm totally in support of that, and people I've talked to are also in support of that. There's been a couple like, no, I don't know why we have to do it, but they don't understand that the money in the trust board is county money, but it hasn't been generated by tax dollar money, and they didn't understand that, which is fine. But it is county money, and they understand that. So I'm totally in support of this. As far as people not being able to afford it, I don't agree with that, because I look at the prices of gas right now, and look at what you're saving on a tank of gas to put in your boat to go out there, way more than $5. That's just one. But I would really like to see the boat fee. You have it everywhere else around the lake at the marinas. So I'm totally in support of it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
In driving around, Joe Conduit,
Thanks.
driving around the lake, in the camping areas and looking at the boat ramp, I did a little look at how many license plates were from Townsend, how many were from Bozeman and out of town, and 90% of those plates aren't from here. And for us to maintain that without help from them doesn't seem reasonable. And if they're coming down here, they're gonna come down here anyway. $5 isn't gonna make or break them, or $2 extra on camping.
Thanks, Joe. Anyone else? You have someone online.
I do have someone online. This is from Dave Sedlock. He states, I missed what the proposed boat ramp fees would be to launch a boat.
$5 per launch, $50 per year. That's it, right? Okay. Kim, did I hear you that you might like to reserve your comment for after hearing the letters?
If I could, yes.
Okay. All right, so, here we go. What's that? Okay, thanks, Ann. All right, this first letter, this is in no particular order, nor do I have them by proponents or opponents. It's just a pile, and I'm pulling right off the top. So the first one is from Al Christofferson. Dear Broadwater County Commissioners, I am presenting these comments as an individual. I feel I must share the information I received from working at the boat launch parking lot enhancement project and meeting and visiting with many on-site users since the launch site was reopened on May 1. I spent time nearly every day that the parking lot contract was active. Many folks stopped to ask about what was going on, why it was being done, and who was paying for it, and several asked about the user fees they had heard about. None of my efforts at gathering in input from users was based upon any statistical sampling methods. I simply talked with those people that wanted information or were willing to share their opinions as they entered or departed the site. I believe Broadwater Bay Boat Launch is now the premier launch facility for size, access, and usability on Canyon Ferry Lake. More users are and will continue to come, and we need to improve the adjacent facilities to handle increased use. Comments made to me during the Boat Bay Launch parking lot contract time. Before I read this, I know that several of you have said that you've talked to people and this is what they've said. We're going to get into that a little bit with this letter. I dare say probably some of the others will have the same. I will remind folks that you guys do speak for yourselves. We'll still read all this into the public record, just like we took your comments into the public record, but let me remind folks, you speak for yourself, unless you have something with you that says, Joe Smith said, Mary Smith said. Okay, so again, back to Al's letter verbatim. About 30 people talked to me during the 2.5-week construction closure. Not one person was against launch fees of $5 daily, $50 all-season pass. A few asked why it was not the same as Goose Bay or Kim's Marina at $10 a day. Most people were local, driving out to get outside and see and ask what was going on, and then discussed fees and the future. People felt it important that the launch fee cover all boat launches at the Silos Recreation Area, SRA, not just Broadwater Bay. Most felt that the proposed fees were more than reasonable compared to others on Canyon Ferry and with the proximity to Townsend. All people felt that the users, all recreational boaters, should help support the facilities and not a general tax burden. Many asked why the BOR was not doing the work and paying. Many commenters expressed that fee money be used to keep maintenance up, not the Silos campground facilities. The parking lot ramp-up upgrades are great and should have been done a long time ago. Some type of enforcement of fee collection is necessary for it to work, as some users will never want to pay. Don't be over hard, but use a nice reminder card to put on vehicles without the receipt or a pass for this year. One person has called me and expressed anger that taxpayers paid for all this work and there should be no fees. I explained that BCTF, its development, use, and that it was all BCTF, that's the trust fund, money without any partnership funds, no tax money at all for the parking lot upgrades. It was a philosophical issue on taxes. These are comments made to Al after the boat launch site reopened. I have visited with folks on 5 separate days at the boat launch site to seek their opinions on the parking area improvements, long-term maintenance needs, and the $5 per day and $50 seasonal pass proposals. I visited with folks on the very heavy use day of over 200 rigs and other days with various amounts of rigs in the parking lot at the time I visited the site. 75 rigs, 55 rigs, 41 and 30 rigs. I did not select people other than to catch them preparing their boats to launch, or as they cleaned, drained, and dried their boats after being on the lake. Hey TJ, we are at 10 in this room. We're not allowed to have more than that. Can I ask you to just sit in the hallway for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll pull you in as soon as it's your time or if you have public comment. I talked with 33 people, about 70% to 30% out of county to in county. Billings, Gallatin County, Lewistown, Butte, Lewis and Clark County, Great Falls, and Broadwater, kind of what you were saying, Joe. Everyone was very complimentary of the new surfaced parking area and felt focused work on maintenance was necessary. 30 of the 33 people I visited with were supportive of the daily or seasonal pass proposal. They thought it was a fair deal for users. Several commented that they were okay with fees as long as they are used to keep the launch facility in the shape like it is now, or fixing up other ramps to help spread out user pressure. Most people just wanted to know when and how they would begin paying and where to purchase the seasonal pass. They were supportive of the kiosk and adjacent fee tube concept so that any money transaction could be completed. 3 people expressed opposition to any fees for various reasons, but 2 acknowledged further work and money would be necessary to keep the site in such great condition, and that if a fee, brackets tax, were imposed, they would continue to express their opposition, but would pay it to use the site. One person of the 3 was adamantly opposed to any fee, parentheses increased tax, to use a public site. He considered trust fund money as tax money. Several folks expressed frustration that already, only 3 weeks into the use, vandals are already spinning donuts on the new gravel service, breaking parking barriers, both four-wheelers and trucks. Several users have never been to the silos before, thought it was a great facility and would be back. All appreciated the new parking lot surfacing and the work that went into getting it done. Lots of complaining of boater etiquette at the docks, the shallow bay, the berm, or having to use the terrible south ramp when Broadwater Bay was closed. Many expressed concern that with the upgrades there will simply be more use, and with it comes a real need for signage, for boater etiquette relative to loading and unloading, and use of the courtesy docks. Several wanted to know how will fee payment enforcement be done. That it must be fair for all. They like the idea of courtesy reminder cards for vehicles that do not display daily use receipts or seasonal passes. Many express thanks for getting the washout ravine out of the ramp site. Several sailboaters were okay with fees. I had a couple want to know if there was any way a camper in the campground could get launch fees waived since they were already paying to camp. However, they were supportive of the launch fees if they stayed tied to the launch sites. My conclusion of the comments from working for 2.5 weeks on the parking lot upgrade project and talking with on-site users for the past 3 weeks. There's overwhelming support from interested observers and on-site users of the launch site for having done the work up front. It was good work and now it needs to be maintained. The majority of people wanted to know when they will begin paying, where they can get their season pass, and how will the payment system work effectively. People are supportive of the launch fees, provided they are used on the boat launch facilities within the SRA, not campground facilities. Most expressed, and that would be campsites, tables, gazebos, most expressed that how the county enforces the fee collection system will go a long way to acceptance. There needs to be a strong public relations effort, and public but effective easing into a system will be important. It may take some time for full acceptance. Not a single individual expressed concern that the fee collection should be deferred or delayed based upon the current virus conditions. There is quite a bit of misunderstanding on the development and use of Broadwater County Trust Fund, how it is established, and how now used in relation to tax money as it relates to how the improvements at Broadwater Bay have been made, not just today, but from the beginning. The SRA is a well-known and now improved site as a recreational facility area. There are a small number of users that do not support launch fees. They view them as new taxes, and these are public sites that a person should not have to pay to use. My recommendation: I am strongly in support of the $5 per day fee and the $50 seasonal boat launch pass you have proposed for the Silos Recreation Area. I urge you to adopt this proposal now and get the fee collection stations and system functions as soon as possible. The funds collected from these user fees should be held in a special trust fund account to be expended along with matching funds for work specifically for boat launch facilities at Silos and not be used on campground maintenance or other roads. This parking area will likely require additional blading, rolling, mag chloride treatments over the next several years to continue to stabilize its surface with the amounts of use and probable vandalism of the surface. There's overwhelming user support for users to help cover the cost of long-term maintenance and work on other boat launch sites to make the SRA an even better place for people to visit and recreate in Broadwater County. I also support the $12 per night overnight camping fee. Thank you for allowing me to comment on the launch fee proposed for the Broadwater County Bay Silos Recreation Area. Please feel free to contact me with questions on my work or comments. 439-0197, Altus Offerson. Number 2 is from David Payne. Commissioners, it's just one page. This letter is provided in response to your request for public comment regarding implementation of a boat launch fee and increase in campground fees at Silos Recreation Area. It's my understanding your commission is considering a boat launch fee of $5 per day and $50 per season. Additionally, the existing campsite fee of $10 per night would increase to $12. Based on existing boat launch fees at other developed recreation sites on Canyon Ferry Reservoir, your proposed fee is reasonable and appropriate. The fee would be nominal compared to the other expenses associated with boating, boat purchase and maintenance, cost of boat trailer, transportation costs. The current lack of boat launch fee at the SRA encourages use of the site to the exclusion of boat launch facilities at other locations. That increased use of the SRA boat launch not only increases traffic and congestion at the site, but also results in associated costs. The implementation of a boat launch fee at the SRA would disperse boat use at Canyon Ferry and generate additional revenue. The proposed $2 per night increase in camping fees is minimal and would still compare favorably with other campgrounds at Canyon Ferry Reservoir. The cost of overnight camping, even at $12 per night, is a bargain in such a beautiful location. These days, most campers utilize expensive trailers or motorhomes and can certainly afford to pay a low overnight fee of $12 per night. The additional revenue obtained through the fee increase would be very beneficial for the long-term management and maintenance of the SRA. I'm a member of the Citizens Action Group for the Silos Recreation Area because the area is such a wonderful resource with great potential. Although now retired, I helped manage public recreation areas for over 30 years and was previously the recreation program manager for the Helena, Lewis and Clark National Forest. While increased fees are not popular, they are necessary periodically to ensure safe, well-maintained, and professionally managed recreation sites and facilities. Thank you for providing this opportunity to comment on your recent fee proposal. David M. Payne. This one is from the Citizens Action Group for Silos Recreation Area. Dear County Commissioners, Citizens Action Group for the Silos Recreation Area is in full support of implementation of the $5 per day or $50 seasonal boat launch fees for the Silos Recreation Area you are proposing. We also support the increase in overnight camping fees to $12 per night. We ask that the boat launch fees be specifically set up to maintain and improve boat launch facilities, including parking lots within the Silos Recreation Area. The recent improvements to the Broadwater Bay facility are a great example of the kinds of improvements that can be anticipated to other boat launch facilities within the recreation area. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on your proposal. Citizens Action Group for the Silos Recreation Area includes Richard Tramp, Bob Hollister, Virgil Binkley, Al Christofferson, Dave Payne, Mike McDonough, Brian Obert. This is from Adam McDonald. All, when considering a daily and or seasonal boat launch fee at the silos, you must consider what effect it would have on the Wide Earth launch. A fee at the silos would likely dramatically increase traffic to the Wide Earth boat launch and campground. Wide Earth is already congested much of the summer months, and Beaver Creek Road and Filson Road that feed traffic to Wide Earth are in poor condition. Dust, washboards, frost heaves, etc. are an ongoing problem. So if you implement boat launch fees at silos, you would need to set aside considerable monies for the maintenance and improvements that would be required for the Wide Earth and the roads leading to it. I am personally opposed to this plan. Wide Earth is not well suited to a major increase in traffic. The silos has better roads, design, natural layout that is much better suited to a large volume of traffic. Thank you for taking my thoughts into consideration. Adam. And that's Adam McDonald. David Sedlock. I would like to send a quick comment about the proposed boat launch fees. I'm against any proposed launching fees on any lake. I understand the maintenance and the cost to install, however, our taxes, registration, and fishing license fees should be able to cover the cost. I think the commissioners and or BOR need to go to the legislators and pass an earmarked bill to get some of the slush fund money that is squeezed out of the people that have to pay to use our public areas, lakes, and campgrounds. Thank you, Dave Sedlock. Greg Sotzer. I think the boat launch fee is just another way for Broadwater County to upset local voters. Let's see you want more money to build a school, more money for the sheriff's office. Now you want local people to pay to put boat in water. As far as the improvements, you mentioned the lot was gravelled and dust-proof, will last maybe a month. Have you been over there this week? It already has holes and is a sloppy mess. As far as the campgrounds and bathrooms are terrible, the roads are full of holes, almost need a four-wheel drive to get around. I have been to a lot of campgrounds and this one is the worst I have been to. The other places that charge more fees are a lot nicer and well kept. They also have rules that are enforced, like dogs on leash and cleaned up after. All that is going to happen is people will run over to White Earth or Confederate to launch the boat and park them all over Canyon Ferry. I personally oppose the idea. Thanks, Greg Sotzer. Leanne Kaufman. Commissioners, in response to implementing a boat launch fee and raised camping fees at the silos, I disagree with these additional fees as a resident of Broadwater County. We have been paying fees for quite some time to use this area. What has happened to all the monies collected in all previous years? During the summer months, the area is full of overflowing most every day. If you believe that more are a must, then I believe that Broadwater County residents should be exempt from your launch fees. Senior citizens already have a hard time being on fixed income, and if you raise the fees, you take away one of their most precious pastimes. They should be allowed to enjoy recreation without it being a financial burden. At the very least, a half-price senior rate for those over 60. Please consider my comments in your decision. Thank you, L. Kaufman. Fred Jacobowski. I am strongly opposed to implementing a boat launch fee at the silos. Broadwater County has had no involvement or costs incurred by building or maintaining Broadwater Bay. I do support the $2 per hour camping increase. Collected camping fees should be sufficient to maintain facilities. Future developments of the silos area should be conservative. Some of this stuff coming out in the master plan are ridiculous. Comment submitted by Fred Jacobowski. Jim and Chris Farrington. I would like to add our comment in regard to the boat launch fees for the silos. We support the fee, and for us personally, an annual fee would be okay. However, we would hope that the fees would be for all of the boat ramps in the Broadwater Bay area. Also permits for those not paying annually available at the silos KOA. Thank you, Jim and Chris Farrington. This last one is from Jim Eloff. I have offered my feelings regarding the camping and boat docks before. There are over 60 boat slips and over 80 campsites. If someone does some rough estimating of usage for these resources, you would easily determine there is a substantial amount of money that is or could be generated for the concessionaire and shared with the county. The problem is most of the cash, and there is no accounting system set up to make sure the county receives what they should. I was told by a past camp host that there were lots of weekends that yielded over $5,000 in revenue. Cash, by the way. So if the county received what they received, and there was an honest accounting system, things like the parking lot project could be funded without the trust board so they could spend money on other projects. It's time to bid the concessionaire of the camping and boat slip operation out and set up a true accounting system. The revenue is much greater than it was 10 or 12 years ago, and too much to let cash fly around that's accounted for. I'm in favor of charging for boat launching, and it sounds like some thought has been put in for control of the funds. There has been no control of funds from camping and boat slips, and it's time for that to change. Jim Eloff. All right, so that is all the comments. Did I miss any? Oh my goodness. Thank you. All right. Okay, first one is from Tim McAlpine. Hello, please submit as public comment. And I want to just say thanks to Tim for printing this in really big font for me. Boat launch fees. The trust board manages a large amount of money dedicated to public recreation in Broadwater County. I don't know where all of it came from, but it is my understanding most of it came from proceeds the federal government took in from the sale of formerly leased public Canyon Ferry lakefront property to the lessees. I'm a Broadwater County resident. Like many residents and non-residents of Broadwater County, I enjoy boating on Canyon Ferry Lake. I use the boat ramps on average more than once a week, from ice out to ice in, and very much appreciate the enhancements done to and planned for the area. I'm not sure how many times a year I've used the ramp at the silos, but I hadn't noticed a need to improve the parking lot. I'm not complaining, it was worked on. That would be exactly what the trust board money is intended to do. Now that the money has been spent, I'm sure it's much better and to my benefit, just like the other improvements. I oppose the launch fee. The board has lots of money specifically intended to enhance recreation opportunities in our county. It appears board members check on the condition of the parking lot. If the parking lot or ramp needs maintenance, the board currently has plenty of money intended to perform parking lot maintenance. In this case, I do not see any justification to charge the public an access fee requested as maintenance to recreate on this public property. An access fee for the public to recreate on public property is not an enhancement of public recreation opportunities in Broadwater County. Also noted is the public comment notice brings up launch fees charged outside of Broadwater County, Lewis and Clark, which is not relevant to our Broadwater County situation, or the trust board jurisdiction. Finally, many of our Broadwater County neighbors have recently lost their jobs at the mill and surely will not consider the launch fees as an enhancement to their recreation opportunities. Thank you, Timothy McAlpine. And this one from Paul Backlund. Paul Backlund, he might say something here, but he used to be our contact for silos with VOR. He's since retired. Commissioners, I am writing in support of your beginning to charge fees for the use of the boat ramp at Broadwater Bay. Operating and maintaining a boat ramp, parking area, and associated facilities do have a cost. Your recent improvements at the parking area for the boaters to use has shown you this is true. In the future, you will incur additional costs and wish to make additional improvements to the facility. It's a popular and well-used addition to Canyon Ferry Lake. Its use has far exceeded anybody's expectation with respect to the volume of traffic it incurs each summer. I would encourage you to have a daily and/or seasonal fee of a nominal amount which will help you defray the costs of operating of the facility. Other places around the lake, such as Goose Bay, Kim's, or Yacht Bay, or Yacht Basin, charge in the neighborhood of $10 daily to launch or $50 per season pass. In my opinion, the recreation users are more than willing to pony up a small fee, especially when you have a facility in the condition and quality you have at Broadwater Bay. As you may know, I was the facility manager at Canyon Ferry Reservoir for 13 years and participated in the initial design and construction of the ramp at Broadwater Bay. It pleases me to see you have such a wonderful facility that is so well used and that you're interested in maintaining the integrity of the facility. If I can be of any assistance in your pursuit of this fee arrangement, please feel free to call on me. Best regards, Paul Backlund. And from Brent Cronfuss. I support an increase in camping fees, but I am in strong opposition to a launching fee. It will only complete the simple pleasures of taking a boat out to the lake. Owners of multiple vessels will be unfairly impacted. Thanks, Brent Cronfuss. Right, and I hear more people outside. I'm just going to see if anybody has any public comment. So would you ask anyone in the hall if they have any public comment for the boat launch or camping fees?
Does anybody have any questions about the boat launch, camping, the $5 fee? Questions? Nope.
Thank you.
This just came from a gentleman upstairs. It's in regards to...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What do you bet these are about camping or boat launch? And if not, they're about roads. Okay, about roads? Both of these are about another matter on the agenda a bit later, so they will be read into the record, but not right now. So that is all of the written comment. Last chance, anybody have any public comment for the public hearing on the launch fees or the camping fees?
Kim Condolit, I'm surprised that we get some of the negative comments about how bad our boating area is. I was really surprised at some of those, and I don't agree with that at all. I think we have one of the nicest, if you say, boat launch marina on the lake right now. And it does get more use than anybody else. So I still agree that these fees would be a nominal fee, and we have a great facility. I don't agree with the negative comments not having a great facility.
Thanks, Tim. Anyone else? Anyone online, Nicole?
I did have one from a gentleman who retracted his comment also, because you did read his email. I just want to add on here, he said, thanks again, guys, for allowing public comments. And this is from Dave Sedlock.
Wonderful, you're welcome, Dave. All right, last chance. Okay, we are closing this public hearing. We are going back to our regularly scheduled commission meeting. And next on the agenda is to make a decision to increase launch fees and camping fees at Silos Recreation Area. Before we go into that, this is an opportunity for the commission, ask questions, make comment. I'm going to make some comment, and that is, I think it's a misnomer that the Silos makes a ton of money. And it's been said in these meetings before that it makes $1 million a year. That's not true. It doesn't make $5,000 a weekend either. If you look at the camping fees, if you look at the precise number of camping sites, if you look at the docks, if you look at the gazebos, if you look at the most busy weekend, which is Walleye, the most that campground could make is $2,900, almost half of what one of these emails said. Now, that is the most busy, so you can imagine the rest of the weekends don't add up to the max of 2,900. So I just wanted to make sure that we had those facts. I agree with you, Kim, on correcting that we do have one of the nicest facilities, and it is used about 3 times more than the other ramps and sites around the lake. That kind of use, keeping that kind of infrastructure and the quality, not an easy task for anybody. So I think we all have to take our hats off to our partner out there, which is JSJ Inc. Because they're the ones that do the heavy lifting. Moving of that ramp, pulling it out of the water, the altering it so that it's at the right level with the water. Making sure that the hard corners that it came to them with have the padding of that rubber on it to protect boats. That wasn't part of the ramps, that was done by their management. So we have some good partners, including the trust board. What you guys have done is tremendous out there. And I think that's all my commentary. Mike or Daryl, do you guys have any comments or questions?
Well, I think that the main thing is that the people that are using the facility are paying for the improvements by putting these launch fees in there. It's not gonna continue to be a burden on the county to always go out there and try to pay for something, or the trust board. The people that are using the facility are gonna pay for it. If they want improvements, they'll pay for it.
And my comments are along the same lines. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to have a funding mechanism in place that we can have long-term ongoing maintenance and provide for improvements. I mean, that's what we're needing at this point. So I think it's a great opportunity to do that.
One of my thoughts has been, is this the year with COVID-19? And I will tell you that as much as that is a question, I think it's a legitimate question, I still think that there's no time that's perfect. The fees, the launch fee is honorary. The camping fees is $2 more per night. There are free campgrounds. Right out on the edge of town here is free. Cottonwood is free. The other side of the lake is free. I think when you compare what we have at Silos and the facilities there, the proximity to the lake, with the other campgrounds around the lake, $12 per night is pretty cheap. So, whereas I do absolutely hear the question of timing. No time is perfect.
You're right, and along with that, I mean, our fee is half of what, our boat launch fee is half of what it is in other areas. So I don't think that we're out of line.
Yeah. All right. We'll take public comment as soon as we have a motion and a second.
All right, I guess I'll make the motion that we adopt the resolution for the, I don't have it in front of me, but I'll just have that to read it so that it's correct. The resolution increasing user fees at Silos Recreation Area, $5 per launch honorary fee, $50 annual launch honorary fee, increase in the camping fees from $10 per night to $12 per night.
I'll second the motion.
Right, it has been moved and seconded to increase use fees at Silos Recreation Area, $5 per launch honorary fee, and $50 annual launch honorary fee, and increase camping fees from $10 per night to $12 per night. Is there any public comment? You can remain seated.
Tom
And-
Wold,
Thank you.
now that this is passed, who is gonna enforce it? Who's gonna police all this? Who's gonna be the one that's gonna go on the vehicles and see that all of them have the receipts or whatever in them?
The launch fee is honorary, and so, I don't know if there will be enforcement to start. I would imagine that this being new is going to be a fee in progress, and there will be fits and starts, there will be changing panes, and our trust board will be charged with addressing those at their meetings and maybe solidifying their plan, maybe altering their plan where it needs it. As to the campground fees, those are supervised and imposed and followed through by JSJ Inc., who is our concessionaire, and they have a campground host who used to be a cop. So he's pretty good at knowing how to communicate with people and let them know constructively, hey, it's not $10 per night anymore, it's now $12. Any other public comment? Anything online? All right. Steve?
And it's reference to supporting it. When fees are collected and there's a pool of money, that's when the pressure will come to spend it in areas other than where it should be allocated. I am full support of the collection of the fees coming from the voters, and I think we need to earmark it for the voters in the future. That all of a sudden there's a pool of money. It's a tendency to say, ooh, we've got a project over here, let's be careful. So we need to, we need a fish cleaning station. We're gonna have ongoing maintenance there on the ramps. If you've been out there lately, the courtesy docks are broken, they need repaired, they're not safe right now. So there's ongoing maintenance, but if the money that's collected there, if it can be earmarked and directed toward public safety and public use by the voters, because it's paid for by them, for the voters because it's paid for by the voters. So we can keep that in mind in the future.
And to set any public who's listening at ease, that is exactly what we do. So I really appreciate you bringing it forward and giving us a chance to kind of illuminate this. So every single fund has an object code. And that object, first of all, funds are standalone. You can't take money from one fund and use it for something else over here. So the silos fund is for the silos. You can't use it for the TED. Now, within that fund are object codes, and each object code says specifically for boaters. And all the money that goes into that object code can only be used for the boaters. There's also an object code for office supplies. The money for office supplies is not going to be used for boaters, and the boating money isn't going to be used for those office supplies. So we already have that mechanism in place. We abide by that with the guidance of our finance office. So Steve, thank you very much for allowing us to bring this to the citizens. The money collected for boating will be used for boating. That may include the courtesy docks, because that's for boaters. It may include the ramp, or the parking lot, or yellow parking cement things. Barriers, thank you. Those are all for boaters. But that money is only going to be used for boaters. So thank you very much. Any other public comment? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, you guys, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You
Thank
bet.
you.
So,
All right, there is just the signature page. I can pass this around if you want it.
Would you like me to see if Tracy's in the hall?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Tracy? DUI passport?
Thank you.
You're not,
Thanks, Ann.
not here, I don't see her. Okay. No Tracy and no one here for the DUI passport.
Okay, that puts us right on schedule. So next we have TJ Gravely, Road and Bridge Foreman, Roads Update, Folsom Road Obstructions, and Diamond Gulch Road Emergency Speed Limit Reduction. Welcome, TJ. You may sit anywhere you like. With the COVID-19, we're just asking that you remain seated. And if you want to make public comment, which you're the guest, just raise your hand and just remain seated. Gentlemen, if you'd both like to take a seat, you're more than welcome to stay.
I need to find my attorney.
All right. Thank you for coming, TJ.
You betcha.
So, Madam Chair, I invited Brandon to also kind of brief us a little bit on that accident and the history of that area.
Excellent. Good, thank you.
So, I guess I'm kind of to the point right now, I'm not sure what you guys are wanting me to do as far as, the road is signed, but it is a sign that has been shot. Coming down the hill, I just ordered more signs when you requested like a warning sign. I requested more signs from Newman, and they should be here this week, I believe. And as far as a speed limit sign, I'm not sure if a speed limit sign is the right answer. The road condition is part of it, but speed, young driver, were also factors in the situation. I'm not saying that the road department needs to put something on the road as far as material, better material. So basically when you get the washboards in there, what you have is you've got, on that hill, you've got sand and rocks pretty much, with a little bit of lime rock on top. That's pretty much what you have. So there's really no binder in the road to hold it together. And with all the acceleration and the braking with the corners and going down the hill, that leads to what you have. You can't leave a blade on that thing every day. It's just not feasible. What we did do is we bladed that roughly a month and a half ago before we started out in the Crow Creek Valley. So it had been bladed, it had been watered, but this is the situation we're at.
So TJ, we kind of discussed some options, and one of them was the red line, which you felt had a little more binder in it.
Yep.
To possibly hold that road a little bit better. Do you feel that would be something we should do?
I think that's probably the most economical. It's close, and I do believe laid down right and watered till it's almost soup, I believe that it would work. I'm willing to try it. You made mention of picks, going in there and running the picks on there and seeing if that could cut those out. They'll cut them out, but they're going to disturb a lot of material. That's kind of your guys' call. If you guys ask me to do that, that's what we'll do.
That's whatever you think would be best to stabilize that base before we put the red line on.
Yep.
I guess that's what I'm thinking about.
So I would probably actually want to reshape that hill.
Okay.
I would want to reshape it by that. I mean, put the crown in there, carry the crown around the corners, and put ditches, small ditches, not deep ditches. I'm talking just enough to carry a little bit of water that's going to come off in there. I would suggest doing that and then putting the red lime on top of it. I'll replace that sign that's there by, I think it's David Larson's. Brandon? I would replace that. I don't believe it has retroreflectivity on it right now. In fact, I just looked at it. And I'll put another one 500 feet back from the intersection towards Donnie Plimel's old house. And there already is one 500 feet back towards Quint Watson's house. In fact, I took all the stuff with me to do it when you asked, and I didn't have enough signs. I was out of signs. So
I appreciate you jumping on that.
that's kind of where we're at on it. And as soon as I get it, I'll put that intersection sign up, obviously. But it's kind of in your guys' court as far as what you want us to do. As far as signage, there is a code, 7-14-2113, that you guys can establish a county speed limit sign. Here, Darrell.
I think I got it printed.
Do you?
Excuse me.
Says the Board of County Commissioners may, by ordinance, establish a special speed limit in accordance with 61-8-310 on any county roads. If we go to the point of having to sign all of our county roads as far as our speed limit signs, I believe it's gonna be a big cost to the county, and I don't know, I think a blanket policy might be better. I guess we would have to discuss that.
I guess I was gonna bring that up, and, I mean, this is not something that we're gonna vote or talk about today too much, but we have in the past about setting a countywide speed limit on our gravel roads for various reasons. One is safety, but the other helps hold our roads together a little bit better, but I guess that's a discussion for another time.
You know, I did drive that road at 35, and I deliberately drove it at 35 just to see. Yeah, it was still rough, but it was manageable.
I went and drove it as well, and I personally couldn't see driving faster than 35 on that road.
I can't either.
That's just me. Brandon, any light to shed on, from your perspective, that?
Well, yeah, you know, I mean, I guess I'm kind of surprised that this one crash even kind of got to this one. We have so many crashes on county roads that, you know, never get brought up, so I just maybe wanted to shed some light on this road. You know, yeah, it's a little washboardy, but, you know, TJ reached out to me and asked me, you know, what's the story with this road and what with the crash and things, so, this is the first crash on that road. I did have a guy go in a ditch, but it didn't warrant a crash report or anything, he just slid off the road. But I think for your guys' information, there's roads, and like I was telling TJ, Lower Deep Creek Road has had over 20 crashes in the last 10 years that we responded to. This is not the ones that, you know, poor Lewis is there at that intersection of Lightning Barn and Lower Deep Creek. They can't keep a fence for nothing there. So I think, you know, I don't know if this is where we need to bring up maybe crashes to you guys every time it happens, or to the road department, so you guys are aware, but we definitely could, you know, create a lot of history. There's definitely roads that are very concerning because it's just non-stop crashes. You know, on Highway 437, I think that speed limit's still there. We just had a rollover there on Sunday, so going way too fast. You know, it's just, and for us to get out and enforce all these speed limits, it's very difficult when there's, you know, a couple cars an hour maybe drive down it. It's hard for us to sit out there, but you know, I guess that's, if you guys had any questions about this crash or anything, I'd be happy to.
I guess the reason I wanted you to comment is because there was a comment made that this was the third accident in that, and really it wasn't. This was actually really the first.
Yeah. So I, you know, I reached out. I talked to the landowner's daughter, and that lives through the intersection. They can recall two people sliding off, calling them the next day, saying, "Hey, it went through the intersection. I'm going to finish your fence tomorrow and be done with it." This is the first, I would say, major accident, you know, and thank God, all these young, kids were okay that were in the car and stuff, but, the first major accident there, other than that, there's been nothing. Other than the highway and Diamond College Road, there's been an accident there, but, as for on that road, that's it, so.
All right, well,
If we want to do a speed limit, it can only be temporary because there is a process that includes petitions, public hearings, in order to lower speed limits on our roads. If we did lower the speed limits on roads, Brandon, I wouldn't think that there would be a request that you actually patrol those and enforce on a daily basis. But my question is if there were an accident, does that give you anything, or, you know what you do far better than I do, but if there were something that happened, does that give you anything more to use to keep people safer on the roads?
You know, I think, obviously, if we're living out in the county, obviously, you know, there's people that go past our house at 70 miles an hour, and, you know, it doesn't make you very happy, especially with kids and animals, you know, sometimes. So, you know, when we do drive down those roads and we do, you know, catch somebody, you know, be like, hey, you know, we could at least stop them and say, hey, you need to slow down. Or when we get complaints from people about the speeds, you know, we can definitely try to do our best to go out and, you know, educate people. I'm not saying everything needs to be a citation or anything. As far as crashes, yeah, I think it shows, you know, a little bit easier for too fast for conditions versus, you know, you can't write them a speeding ticket because you don't know how fast they were actually going, but, you know, you can show that they were being careless and not following the law. But in this, like this incident, I think it was a warning that was issued for too fast for conditions, so, it's just, you know, it could, but still, it's easy to show if you know, if it's icy and somebody's going, you know, 80 miles an hour down the roadway, that's still too fast for conditions, so.
I think Brandon brings up a good point, that state statute right now does, unless the road is posted at a different speed limit, it would be 70 miles an hour on that road,
Yeah.
so.
And I guess that was kind of the crux of my question was, if we were to lower it, some from 70 to 30, could we do it in such a way that it doesn't add burden to you, but gives you more assets to use?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
And I'm gonna interrupt you for just a second and give you a chance. Harvey, if you would like to come in, we'll let you sit over here in the chair.
Thank you.
We're not having anyone stand in these meetings.
You can have my chair.
Sorry.
You're good.
And we're right at 10, if I can count.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we're, from the sheriff's office standpoint, you know, we're about keeping people safer. Obviously,
Corey,
you know, driving
could
down
you either
any
sit
county
or
road at
stand?
70
Everybody
miles
should
an
be
hour
able
is
to sit.
probably not the safest, but,
Sure.
are some roads good enough to do
Over here,
that?
there's one over here.
Probably, you know, they're smooth. But, you know, I think, you know, we would like to be involved in that conversation or those meetings when they come up. I know, you know, we usually get quite a bit of opposition when the speed limit on county roads comes up. I think a little bit more from our ag community, you know, time is money, and they are busy guys. I mean, I wake up in the morning, they're out working, I go to bed, they're out working, so I can understand their concern on that, but, you know, what a speed limit, if it's followed, yes, it would keep people safer and probably lessen some crashes, but.
I'm gonna have you guys wait in the hall if you would, please. We're up to 10 with the governor's directive, so just social distance in the hall till it's done. Sorry.
That's okay, that's pretty much, you know, we just can't make it be followed all the time, and I think, you know, this crash on Highway 437 is one of, you know, many I've stood out on that road, and, you know, speed limit was up, this guy was going probably well over 70 miles an hour, and there was some, you know, intoxication going on there as well, but there seems to be always multiple factors with crashes on county roads. It's not always just road or condition, it's just, you know, probably the ones we don't get called to, probably a lot of intoxicating ones, so a little under the influence, but.
Thank you. I would like to see some caution signs on this road, if it's good with you guys. And, you know, I think that's probably, for now,
Yeah, thanks, that'll work.
something we can do just to let people know,
Sure.
just as a friendly reminder,
And
and then address the rest through the process if
I
you
think
want.
that's a good, good way to go, and then we'll also we'll try the red clay. You guys okay with that?
I support that too. Yeah, I
So
think that's a good
what do you
idea.
want as far as signs? Because I've got an intersection there at Larson's house. There's an intersection 500 this way, and P1, 500 to Donnie Plama's house, once it gets here. Is that sufficient, or what are you guys thinking?
And then you're gonna replace the one coming down the hill, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's retro reflective.
It's not.
So actually, any sign that is replaced has to be replaced that way, with retro reflectivity?
I would say you're the expert, and where you think it's important, please put up a caution sign.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't need to dictate to you where that is. You guys may have some ideas, but I would trust TJ.
I think those locations are good where you
I do too. So let's try that. You guys are okay with that?
Absolutely, yeah.
And, see what kind of success we have.
All right.
Okay.
So it'll probably be the graders, the two that were out in Crow Creek will move out of there this week, like early this week, I think I mentioned to you, and then they're gonna move towards the Dry Creek area and do the Flynn Lane, so I'll have a grader fairly close, because the other two are at Winston and at Goose Bay. So I don't wanna have to road them back for an hour and then turn around and road them back again. Okay?
Sounds good.
So, on the next thing, as far as the tree removal, kind of encroaching on Filson Road, I was approached by the landowner about these bigger cottonwood trees close to the creek that he's wanting to replace his fence and wondered whose responsibility it was. The trees are in the county right of way, so I feel that it is my responsibility to take them out or lay them down and haul them off so we don't have something fall on the road. Mike, I think you were up at Winston when we were doing that riprap right there on Beaver Creek, and those trees were leaning over the road, and we ended up going up and just knocking them down. We're basically in the same situation. There's about 4 or 5 of them, I think. In fact, I could ask if you stand right there, but that's basically all we were gonna possibly do. It was kind of something why we were in the area. Yeah, we'll take care of it. And as far as obstruction in the roadway, that's kind of our baby.
And the landowner wants this, so we've got a
The
strong
landowner wants
partnership.
this.
Okay,
We'll take him down. Just so you guys are aware.
thank you.
I don't know if you guys have anything else for me as far as anything. I mean, I give you an update on where we're at, but basically the whole south end is pretty much done. The backside of the lake is the one that hasn't been taken care of. I do have a rut up on North Fork Hill by Stocks' cabin that needs some attention. I think we had a plug culvert when all that runoff come down and shoved it out in the road like it does almost every year. And we'll get to it as soon as we can. I mean, I probably should take some cones up for it. Probably the wisest thing to do so we don't have somebody that's not local go up through there and have an accident. And as far as the grader being down, have you heard anything from Wayne?
I haven't heard anything back, no.
Okay, I haven't either.
And I think I'll let you guys know T&E gave us a loaner grader to use
Yep.
in the
Yeah.
meantime, so
Yeah,
we're not down a grader, we're still going.
Yep.
And that's pretty darn nice of them, so.
yeah.
I don't know if this is kind of pertaining to this or not, but you guys were talking about, I was listening to some of the letter that come through that you were reading about the travel on the roads as far as down to the burial grounds. So I reached out this morning to the Bureau about getting some mail, and I have not heard back from them. But I would like to do that on all these roads that are being affected by these boats going down to them, because it's just gonna put more trips per day on our roads is what it's gonna do with a boat. So I don't know if I overstep my boundaries trying to do that, but I'm just trying to get some money for Meg to kind of help these people out more. And I don't feel that the county should be the one paying for it. I think that the Bureau should, because it's the Bureau's traffic. It's not the local traffic, it's the Bureau's traffic as far as recreation. So I don't know. I guess we'll wait to hear from him and then I'll report back to you guys.
I think the request is a good idea. I don't know if you're aware of this. Well, yeah, you are, because you were out at the meeting. So the Goose Bay flap, that is still on.
Is
just,
it?
Yeah.
That should have
Just-
been done this year though, right?
It should have been. The money, they didn't have what they thought, and then they put more into that pot, so it's delayed. 2023,
Okay.
it should be completed. And we're talking about a second flap for White Earth. So that would be Beaver Creek to, all the way up to the, just at Davy's house, I
Right
think
there at
is
the
the
cattle
line.
guard at
The
Davies?
cattle guard, yeah, is the line. And then BOR, as part of the match, would actually do the rest of it. So that's something we're kind of starting to look at,
Now, was this mag or was this pavement?
pavement. That'd be, the flap doesn't like to do anything under a certain amount. Mag isn't enough to actually get high enough on the list, so.
Speaking of speed on roads.
But you've got less dust,
True.
less maintenance, so.
I don't know if there's less maintenance, there is less maintenance off the start, but then it becomes kind of labor intensive after a few years.
I
But
think it's a chunk of years. but
2023, that's inviting.
Yeah, yeah. Now, when that second flap would come in, I don't know. How successful we could be, I don't know. But it's something we're looking into, so, you know, that doesn't at all negate the need for the make now.
Right.
But just so you have it in your back pocket. that
I
that's
do
on.
know that when Dana was here, he reached out to him, and I believe you might remember this, Laura, that they were willing to give us a small portion, enough to do maybe a half a mile of road, maybe a half a mile of road. Well, there's over 20 miles of road just going down to there. That's, to do a road right, it's about $5,000 per mile. So you're looking at a lot of money. We do stretch out the line plant, which we've been very successful at. Of course, there's a lot of residual in that. And we do 3 miles on one tank, which is roughly 5,000. But I don't want to have to dip into our budget where I don't feel it's our trap. That's kind of where I'm at.
I think the request is a good idea. Thank you.
Thanks, TJ.
You bet. I'll go back to work.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, TJ.
Thanks.
Thanks, Brando.
Yep.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yep.
Nicole, our agenda says public, or mail and items for discussion and or signature may occur at times, and issues and times are subject to change. May I move your COS to the end with the other COSs that you have?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Is that good with you guys?
Yeah.
All right, so what we'll pull up then is response to the petition to open Leffler and Red Hill roads, and response to district court order regarding Red Hill Road. So if it's good with you guys, do you have a preference between keeping the two separate or combining them into one?
Let's
Do
see.
you want to keep them separate for clarity?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so this is just the response to the petition to open Leffler and Red Hill roads. What we're going to do is we're going to maintain 10 people in this room, so that we abide by the governor's directive. So, Mr. Driscoll, and Cliff, you guys can stay. Joe, you can stay. Corey, you can stay. What I'll ask Harvey and Ellen to do is step out into the hall. When it comes time for public comment, what we'll do is we'll rotate and allow people in the hall to come in. Those in the hall just need to continue to socially distance,
Okay, so
and that should put us at 10. Yes.
so can you speak loud, because I cannot hear you out there?
Corey, you had mentioned a couple of weeks ago setting up a ability to do upstairs. Can you do that?
Well, not on the spur of the moment. No.
Well, I mean,
So-
we knew this was coming, right? Because it was kind of the same topic. Well, I'll speak up as loud as I can. Yes. And it is.
You can
live
yell.
stream, so
We're not so
anybody can
offended.
pull this up on their phone. All right, and what we'll ask you to do, if you would please step out into the hall so we can maintain 10. Cliff, if you'd like to have a seat, Mr. Driscoll, if you'd like to have a seat, there should be a chair right there.
So you guys can sit.
And then for public comment, we'll just have you guys remain seated and just raise your hand to be recognized if you would. And this is just to keep any, any spread of any potential COVID at bay. So, sir, we can't have more than 10 in this room, and that is per the governor. If you could step out in the hall, please. Thank you. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're at 10. All right. So, we have with us a petition to open Leffler and Red Hill Roads. And Bill and Cliff, what we're going to do is we're going to do the two separate. So, the response to the petition is number 1 right now. And then the response to the court order for Red Hill Road, that'll be after. So, and they're back to back. So with the petition, who wants to go first?
Did you want to have Bernadette come in and brief you on what she's done at this point? Would you like to do that first or have later?
What do you guys think? You want to hear a briefing from Bernadette first?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
Yes, please. And then Tim, if I could have you maybe step out so that we can have Bernadette come in, since these guys are all connected with the agenda item.
And actually,
You can keep your camera going. So
and
you have-
actually, Joe doesn't need to be here because he's not on the petition.
Oh, okay. Joe, if you
Yeah.
would give up your
I
seat
can-
so
I
that we
can
can
hear
bring
fine.
Bernadette in, that'd be great.
Bernadette, go on. Want to come on in?
So I'll ask you to bear with us. This is going to be tough to navigate with this COVID-19. So your patience is appreciated.
No problem.
Right, well, what we were hoping is to get, and if you just want to stay seated,
Okay.
just an overview of the research that you've done in response to receiving the petition. We engaged with you to determine the feasibility and desirability and cost estimates to answer the request of the petition, which was to open Leffler and Red Hill Roads.
Right. We looked it over. I did research last week, just verifying the creation of the roads and abandonment, and looked over all those issues, and then we looked at an overview. We've done this before to locate roads to reopen them, and the protocol is usually to go and locate the existing 2-track, and then also look for any evidence if the original roadbed is off of that track, and then do legal descriptions as they pass through the section lines. So we would need to locate some section corners. At that time, also for feasibility, we would locate any ravines that may need culverts and do cross sections of those to get to an engineer to determine what size culverts would be needed, and then to design the road with the information that we take. And there's approximately 4 miles, a little over 4 miles. And I did do an estimate. Do you need to get Ann a copy? also had a map of the area that we would locate and the section corners or circles that would be needed.
And we have copies, so those are for you. Nancy.
Those are just for you. But I think that work would need to be done first before, of course, that it could be built. The culverts would be an important situation, since when Red Hill Road was abandoned, it stated that culverts and bridges were washed out. Now, whether those bridges were near the river or there's a ravine that's deep enough that may require a bridge, I don't know, without us spending the time and effort to retrace that area. There were some technical details with the petition itself, some township and areas that were incorrect. Not that that's a big deal, but there were some technical issues wrong with that. And there's also a third road that's also involved with this. When Leffler was abandoned, it also abandoned a portion of possibly Placer Road, which was created separately but abandoned at the same time as Leffler.
Is that the road going south?
Yes.
From Red Hill? Right?
Yeah, where Leffler and Red Hill intersect, and then it angles and goes straight down.
That was created by L.F. Baum.
Yes, yes. And I found on a map card to a different petition that it was labeled Placer Road. Whether or not that was the common name, I don't know, or if that was the name. So that's what I kind of referred to it, just to keep it all straight in my head.
Sure, sure.
So there was actually 3 different roads. But I don't think it's as easy as just opening or closing. There, would be need to see what culverts and what all would be needed and engineered to be put into there.
Any, yeah, Cliff.
Did you identify Ellen Davies' property down on the BLM, close to the lake?
Trying to remember. No, I looked at it, but I didn't copy any of that information. We tried not to spend a lot of time and effort into, just to get enough to get a bid together to give an estimate to locate.
I guess my concern is, does the Red Hill Road go across that property?
I would have to see what that is. I don't remember right off the bat.
He couldn't remember either when I talked to him about it. Maybe he knows now, I don't know.
Right. No, we just looked at what existing records were there and the GLO maps, where it shows. And that's why, to me, you can't always just look at the 2-track, because that could have deviated around a muddy spot or a washed out culvert. So therefore, you'd have to use some of the GLO maps. And there's a lot of deeds, some deeds like yours, I believe, called the Red Hill Road. If you could locate those specific points and then see if they correspond with the existing 2-track. Because I think it would be very important that you try to lay the road bed, if it was to be opened, within the original road bed, because if you deviated out of it, then you would be out of what was the county's right-of-way. And then that would, be a taking. And I know the other projects we've worked at where the road had to deviate out of the existing right-of-way, they needed to purchase that property to, build the road through that new spot. So that's why there's a lot of investigative work that works out in the field. You can't just say, here's 2 tracks and this has got to be it. You have to kind of verify some points some points in between known points, you have to guesstimate and possibly use those 2 tracks, but you have to do your best diligence to locate where the actual road right-of-way was.
Any questions for Bernadette?
I guess the question is, so we have a couple petitions that have abandoned portions of the Red Hill Road. So do we have an actual starting point for Red Hill Road at this time?
Well, the one that abandoned it, or when they put it in, it was right near the ferry. I can't think of the ranch, but it was by a specific person's name. And it was right there at the river where the ferry was. And then it went through the valley as best necessary to run into a road near the Spokane House. So these were laid out before the section townships and ranges were laid out. So therefore, there's not a lot of section data that went along with some of the descriptions. But even where it connected, it was as near as possible to the Spokane House. So, you know, whether that was a half a mile or 100 feet, you know, those are the kind of things that are really difficult to determine.
Did you find anything in your research that stated or leads you to believe the roads were abandoned?
Well, when Red Hill Road, yeah, it was specific abandonment from the river to the Meridian line. The reviewer's report specifically stated abandonment, like 5 times in the viewer's report. And then when it went to the commission accepted the reviewer's report and declared the road closed. So, you know, in my opinion, that would have been abandoned if the commission, you know, had accepted the reviewer's report with amendments. That should have probably been stated, but, you know, that would be an argument that, because at that point in time, closed and abandonment didn't have a difference, you know, there wasn't the specific definition differences as there are right now in today's world.
And that was just Red Hill Road, nothing similar for Leffler?
With Leffler, it specifically stated to close, but the request also asked for the lands in the roadbed in certain areas to go back to landowners. There seems to be some differences or a line missing out of that. The description doesn't match up very well, but there is a request in there for absorbing the land in the roadbed, which normally went with an abandonment.
Which makes sense, because you're getting rid of a road forever, therefore that land would go back to whomever
Correct.
would own it if it were a road, right?
Correct, right.
Okay. Gentlemen, any more questions for Bernadette?
I guess one in reviewing the petition, you said there were some possible technical things with the way the petition was written. Can you explain what that would be?
There was, I think I have a copy here. When it talked about section 18 of the same township, which was listed under 9 North, 1 West, that's actually section 18 of township 9 North, 1 East. And then it says, and section 17 of township 9 North, 1 East. So section 17 and 18 are both in the same township, not the 24 and 18 are in different township and ranges. So I just noticed that. And like I said, the Leffler Road beginning at the sections 23, 24, 25, and 26, and north and east to the intersection of Red Hill Road, that was a separate petition of a separate road. And then the petition to create Leffler Road specifically started at that point, went northwest and then straight up the section line between sections 13 and 14.
then when that was closed, they incorporated everything from Beaver Creek North in the closure. So that was the part of what I call Placer Road, or what was labeled Placer Road, and then all of Leffler Road.
Okay.
So I don't know if those technical issues make a big difference, or, not a lawyer, but, but it was actually, so a portion of one road, and then Leffler and Red Hill would be what the petition would be for.
Corey?
So what was your cost estimate, Bernadette, to do the locating, this task?
We
If you were to
figured
do that.
it would be about 15,000.
15,000, okay.
Yeah.
And you didn't look into the engineering cost of the roads?
No, I did not. No. That would be, normally the way this would go is for an engineer to give a bid, they would have to look at our work to see how many culverts are needed, that sort of thing, in order to give the engineering estimate. Because for right now, they wouldn't know, how many culverts would be, what the profiles were, because we would have to do cross sections and profiles of the road, because if it's too steep, or too low. So I think for an engineer to give it a cost estimate, I'm not an engineer either, but most of the time we give them our data, and then they look at that and can come up with a bid. But I did not call any other engineers for that purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Bernadette, did you do an on-site inspection? Did you walk the road?
No, we did not, no. No, we just looked at the maps, the quads, and, that's why, our estimate may seem high or not, but there'll be a lot of on-site work that'll need to be done. So in order to do the estimate, we didn't want to put a lot of time and effort into generating more of an invoice right now.
Any other questions for Bernadette? Anything online, Nicole? No. All right. Bernadette, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Corey,
I'm
since you
gonna-
need to leave, do you want to speak next?
I
Or,
can, or I can step out and see if someone else wants to speak first.
well, I think we need the people who are the experts on this, and then we'll take public comment
Okay.
after. So, is there anyone else outside that would be,
I think there's 3 folks.
Do you want me to hang out for a while?
How many want to speak
or-
on the Leffler Road or
Am I
the
done?
Red Hill Road?
would you mind hanging out?
I don't.
Okay.
I'll hang
Thank
out.
you.
Okay.
And this is not public comment, Corey.
Maybe about 4.
This
I'm just
is
getting
experts.
I'm just getting a head count.
Oh,
But
okay.
There's probably 4 or 5.
Bill, do you want to speak first, or do you want Corey to? Do you have a
Probably 5.
strategy, or have you guys talked about?
I think there's 5 in the hallway.
Okay, Harvey, you need to stay out till we have a head count for inside. And those are just public comment, correct? Okay, what we need to do is hear from the experts, I think, first, and then hear public comment, and then deliberate as a commission. Are you guys good with that, as a structure? Yeah. Okay. So, Joe, if you want to stay, I think we're back to 10 with you. If you want to switch with somebody else, that's fine.
There's a gentleman that did want to speak, comment.
Is it public comment, or is he an expert on the subject?
Oh, I think he's just possibly one of the physicians.
Oh, okay. We'll certainly be hearing, but right now, we're going to get a foundation laid for full understanding, and then we'll hear public comment next. All right. So you're welcome to stay if you like. If you do want to stay, you do have to sit. So, Corey, since you have to leave at noon, do you want to go next?
I'll go, yeah, thank you. And I'll try to be brief here. So, the petition, and this is just on the petition for Leffler Road and Red Hill Road. I guess there's 2 thoughts I want to just raise for you as we go through this process. This kind of the issue that first came back to the commission is the next item on the agenda, which is just the question for the Schmaus litigation on whether to open Red Hill Road. Obviously, we're talking about the same terrain, right? We're talking about the same ground. One of the things that I think historically I've found, and I think Bill Driscoll's going to talk about this, but is the question of how wide that right-of-way is. It looks like these early roads were 40 feet, whereas now county roads are 60 feet. And so just think about that in terms of this terrain, and if there's going to be a lot of traffic on it, if there were, I'm doubtful of that, but if there were, whether the 40-foot right-of-way is going to be adequate. The other thing I want to point out, and I really didn't focus on this issue until, actually until Joe Schmaus raised it, and he might be right about this. So Joe, mark this down. I might be conceding the point to you. The issue is whether this involves federal agencies and whether federal agencies have to get involved. And so because of that issue, I've done a lot of research in the last month, and I've discovered something that's unique about this situation. Now, first of all, we have a bit of a disagreement over which road petition created Red Hill Road. It was either a petition, if I'm correct, it was a petition from 1887. If Joe Schmaus is correct, it was a petition from 1885. Or at least, I think it was granted in 1885. It might have come up before then. But either way, 1885, 1887. So I pulled the BLM records for homesteads in this area and traced that road on that map and looked at every section. I can't find a homestead that would have been established in that area of the road before either the 1885 or the 1887 petition. Now, I'm not talking about the whole road, because the portion of the road that's down along the river bottom, I mean, there were some 1871, mid-1870s homesteads. I'm talking about the portion that would be affected by this petition to open. I don't see a homestead that was established where you were going through private land. What does that mean? That means it was public domain land at the time that the road would have been established. And this brings about this legal issue that's kind of obscure, but it's bandied about a lot, but little understood. And that is these roads that are called RS 2477 roads. And the short version is this. In 1866, Congress passed a statute that, and the statute was specifically to help settle the West. That if there's a public domain that's a territory or owned by the United States, and if a public entity, a government, a city or a county, or a state even, accepts a right-of-way and makes that a public, a state highway, a county road, a city road, whatever, then the federal government saying, we won't contest that, you get that right away, okay? That was repealed in 1976. But the point of that is that if you can prove the establishment of a public road after 1866 on land that was public domain, then that right-of-way may still exist. You have to prove it, okay? So this appears to be, this would not apply to Leffler Road. It would only apply to Red Hill Road. The reason I say that is when Leffler Road was petitioned and created in 1918, they specifically had landowners, the whole stretch to where that road ended in midpoint of sections 13 and 14. And they got donation of right of way from all the landowners except one. They had to pay one landowner. So that road was not established across public domain. But Red Hill Road appears that it was. The trouble with that is that I think to open this road, and this is the point that Joe has made recently, and until very recently I didn't agree with him, but I think he's correct. You would have to go to federal court to basically file a lawsuit to get the BLM to open that RS 2477 road. And with that backdrop, I would say that, that's a great idea for some roads. I don't personally think this is a good idea for this road. And the second thing that goes with that is we have maintained the position in our litigation that the county closed Red Hill Road and closed Leffler Road. But that's the position we've taken. That's not necessarily the position that the BLM will take or that CX Ranch may take if this specific issue is litigated. And they may argue, and the court may ultimately agree that those roads were abandoned. So if that's the case, there wouldn't be an open ending. So I just think that there's a level of complexity it's kind of another layer that's come off the onion just recently that we need to consider. So that's all I'm going to say for now. I'll respond to questions. But I did print off some copies of these homestead records, so I'm going to give them to you, and then I'll have some available for public.
All right, thanks. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a few.
Hang on just a second.
Oh, I thought you were asking the public.
Thank you.
That's a different township.
All right, I'm just wondering about structure. As this is a portion of the agenda for the petition, Joe, is your question to Corey Quick? And is it one?
Well, just a comment in regards to some of this too.
And I think he left.
It was a question though that I had a question. Yeah, it's quick.
Okay, go ahead and ask it.
If I could, on behalf of CX Ranch, as I stated before, I'm going to object to Mr. Schmelz participating on behalf of the petitioners in this proceeding, because he's not a petitioner, and he's not an attorney at law, and he's not authorized to represent them.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to actually put you in with public comment. So you'll be able to ask your question with the rest of the public. Thank you, Bill. So with that, Bill, I think the floor is yours, if you're good with that. You'll actually get your chance with
Is
public
that
comment.
because you believe what he just told you?
Yeah.
Okay, you do believe him because he's an attorney and I'm not?
Joe, we're not going to argue it.
I'm not,
You're
I'm
not
just
on
asking
the
you a question.
petition. You are public comment. You're welcome to stay because we are at 10, but your comment will be with the public comment.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Bill Driscoll, and I represent CX Ranch in response to the district court order regarding Red Hill Road and the separate petition before you now by 12 Broadwater County freeholders seeking to reopen Leffler and Red Hill roads. I'm accompanied today by Cliff Cox of CX Ranch. I'm submitting some comments in writing, which I'll put up here. There's an original and there's copies for each of you. And from that, I'm going to just present some spoken words to you here today, addressing both of these agenda items. Now, my letter addresses both agenda items, and I think, as far as I'm concerned, it would be simpler for me to just kind of present in the same fashion here. But if you want me to confine my comments to just the freeholders petition at this time, I guess just let me know.
Would you mind?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll do that. Okay, well, CX Ranch opposes reopening Red Hill Road and Leffler Road in both of these proceedings. So addressing the freeholders petition to open existing county roads, on March 23rd, 2020, 12 stated freeholders and taxpayers of Broadwater County, Montana submitted
their petition to open existing county roads, asking you to reopen these existing county roads or public highways, Red Hill and Leffler Road, to the public immediately. As claimed in the petition, they provide existing points of public access to public land and water, and therefore are of great social and economic importance to the citizens and taxpayers of Broadwater County and the state of Montana. The first point in my letter going on to address our objections was pertaining to Mr. Schmaus's representation of the petitioners. Considering the ruling that the chair has made, I won't address that any further at this point. So, moving on to the next of our objections. Contrary to claims made by Mr. Schmaus and the freeholder petitioners in their petition, there are no landowners who would there are no landowners who would be affected by the reopening of Red Hill and Leffler Road. CX Ranch owns real property that would be subject to the reopening of those roads and would be substantially adversely affected if they were reopened. Specifically looking at Red Hill Road, it's undisputed, and it's been found in our court proceedings with Mr. Schmaus, that CX Ranch owns all of Section 24, located in Township 9 North, Range 1 West in Broadwater County, except for 15 acres on the west side of that section that's owned by BLM. As claimed by the petitioners and Mr. Schmaus, as far as that goes, Red Hill Road extended all the way across CX Ranch's Section 24, running from west to east. CX Ranch owns title by fee simple to all of its land in Section 24 and pays property taxes to Broadwater County on all of it. At your April 20th meeting, Mr. Schmaus contended on behalf of the petitioners that there would be no adverse effect on CX Ranch from reopening Red Hill Road, suggesting that Broadwater County now owns surface rights to the land comprising Red Hill Road. I think the testimony of the surveyor has already refuted that, but at the same time, it's important to realize that Mr. Schmaus repeatedly acknowledged that Broadwater County's historical interest in Red Hill Road was as a right-of-way comprising a road easement as to the use of land as the Montana Supreme Court has held numerous times, an easement is defined as the right which one person has to use the land of another for a specific purpose or a servitude imposed as a burden on land, laid in the Atkinson case, 1941. The grant of an easement is the grant of an use and not the grant of title to the land, Bollinger v. City of Bozeman, 1972. The important distinction between an easement and a fee simple is that an easement describes the right to use of land which is specific or restrictive in nature, while fee simple is the grant of title to the land itself. Park County Rod and Gun Club v. Department of Highways, 1973. The suggestion that Broadwater County owns the surface where Red Hill or Leffler Road or Placer or Baum Road were located is false. CX Ranch, in fact, as I stated before, owns and pays property taxes to Broadwater County on all of the land owned by CX in Section 24. With respect to Leffler Road, considering that the freeholder petitioners seek to reopen Leffler Road as well as Red Hill Road, Leffler Road ran north from Red Hill Road along the west edge of property owned by CX Ranch in sections 13 and 24. With BLM owning the property to the west and CX owning the property to the east. Judge McMahon has already found that Leffler Road extended no farther north than the midpoint on the boundary between sections 13 and 14, and already upheld your prior determination not to reopen Leffler Road for Mr. Schmaus's benefit. Moreover, Leffler Road would provide no practical public access to anywhere not readily accessible to the public by other means. Next point, Red Hill Road and Leftward Roads were both lawfully closed by the Broadwater County Commission in 1954. In 1954, it is undisputed, and Judge McMahon found from the evidence, L.F. Baum and other affected landowners in the area petitioned Broadwater County to close roads over section 23, 24, that's the section I'm talking about, that's owned by CX Ranch, subject to Red Hill Road, 13 and 14, including the branch that runs northeasterly over section 24. That was in the petition for closure. That was Red Hill Road, and also including Leftward Road. The stated reason for the petition being that as of 1954, quote, it now serves no useful purpose as there are no residences in the vicinity, and the creation of the lake has rendered said portions of the road sought to be closed wholly unnecessary to the public. And by closing the same, the county will avoid upkeep costs, end quote. So in December of 1954, the Broadwater County Commission granted the Baum petition, including the closure of Leftward Road and Red Hill Road, all the way across section 24. Red Hill Road and Leftward Road were lawfully closed by the Broadwater County Commission in 1954. Our next objection. There is no legal basis to reopen Red Hill Road or Leftward Road as requested by the freeholder petitioners as allegedly providing, quote, existing points of public access to public land and water, end quote. Drawing from more detailed information stated in my letter to you, although the freeholder petitioners cite no legal authority for this proposition, perhaps they need to rely on subsection 3 of Montana Code section 7-14-2615 governing the abandonment of county roads, which provides that a county commission, quote, may not abandon a county road or right-of-way used to provide existing legal access to public land or waters, including access for public recreational use as defined in two other statutes, both pertaining to Montana's stream access law, unless another public road or right-of-way provides substantially the same access. But the statute as it existed in 1954 when these roads were closed did not include that subsection 3. In fact, subsection 3 did not exist and was not even enacted until 1999, 45 years after the Broadwater County Commission closed Red Hill Road and Leftward Road in 1954. As originally enacted in 1913 by the Montana legislature pertaining to county roads, and as it continued to exist until 1999, the statute in its entirety provided as follows. All public highways, once established, must continue to be public highways until abandoned by the order of the Board of County Commissioners of the county in which they are situated. But no order to abandon any highway shall be valid unless preceded by due notice and hearing as provided in this act. So the statute as it existed in 1954 imposed no limitations whatsoever on closing county roads that provided access to public lands or public waters. Those limitations were not first enacted and put into effect and did not become effective until 1999, 45 years later. So again, Broadwater County lawfully closed Red Hill Road and Leftward Road in 1954 pursuant to the statute as it was then on the books. Our next objection. Contrary to assertions made by the freeholder petitioners and Mr. Schmaus, there is no legal difference between closing or abandoning a county road, which I believe your surveyor has already substantiated this point as well on the record of this case. Broadwater County's closure of Red Hill Road and Leftward Road comprised Broadwater County's abandonment of those roads. Mr. Schmaus has been attempting throughout his litigation to draw some sort of distinction between Broadwater County's closing of these roads in 1954 as opposed to abandoning them. The freeholder petitioners attempt to make the same distinction in their recently filed petition. In actuality, though, Montana Code Section 60-1-103, subsection 1, defines abandonment of public roads, including county roads in Montana, as, quote, cessation of use of right-of-way with no intention to reclaim or use again. As previously mentioned, the Broadwater County Commission in 1954 closed Red Hill Road and Leffler Road on the stated ground that it's, quote, serves no useful purpose as there are no residences in the vicinity. And the creation of the lake has rendered said portions of the road sought to be closed wholly unnecessary to the public. And by closing the same, the county will avoid upkeep costs, end quote. So the Broadwater County Commission's clearly expressed intent in 1954 was to permanently relinquish control of the road that no longer served any useful purpose and was, quote, wholly unnecessary to the public, close quote, any longer, and to spare Broadwater County the expense of continuing to maintain it. Moreover, the Montana Supreme Court years ago passed on the opportunity to make any distinction between closure and abandonment of county roads. In the case of Bailey versus Ravalli County, 1982, the Ravalli County Commission in 1944 had granted a petition, quote, for county road closure, end quote, after finding that the roads subject to the petition, quote, are not being used as public roads and are not likely to be used as such, and that closing of said roads would not inconvenience the public in any degree, end quote. Years later, adjoining landowners along the former roadway sued each other over who owned which part of it. On appeal, following a trial in district court, the Montana Supreme Court addressed the question of whether the road was closed and abandoned by the Ravalli County Commissioners in 1944. Faced with the opportunity to draw a distinction between closure and abandonment of the road, neither the parties to that case nor the Montana Supreme Court made that distinction. Closing the road was treated the same as abandoning it. What mattered was that the Ravalli County Commissioners had, quote, determined that the roads were not being used as public roads and closing the same would not inconvenience the public, and concluded and recommended the described roads be closed as petitioned for, close quote, quoting the Montana Supreme Court. So the Montana Supreme Court concluded that the Ravalli County Commission's closure of that road in 1954 constituted its abandonment and proceeded accordingly. It's the same here. There is no more basis here than in Bailey versus Ravalli County to distinguish between closure and abandonment. Broadwater County lawfully closed and thereby abandoned Red Hill Road and Leffler Road in 1954 on the stated grounds that it's, quote, now serves no useful purpose as there are no residences in the vicinity and the creation of the lake has rendered said portions of the road sought to be closed wholly unnecessary to the public, and by closing the same, the county will avoid upkeep costs. I repeat that again because it's important. It expresses the intention to close permanently, that is to say, abandon the roads, and the Montana Supreme Court itself never even saw it important to make that distinction. Finally, our last objection. The 40-foot wide right-of-way established for Red Hill Road and Leffler Road when they were open does not meet current 60-foot wide Broadwater County requirements. In order to meet Broadwater County's current 60-foot wide requirements for county roads, not only would you have to reopen Red Hill Road and Leffler Road, but Broadwater County would have to acquire 20 more feet in width on both roads to carry forward the reopening of them, which would require Broadwater County to incur the expense and risk of pursuing contested eminent domain proceedings against CX Ranch. So in conclusion, for all of the reasons stated above, CX Ranch opposes the reopening of Red Hill Road or Leffler Road as requested by the freeholder petitioners and by Mr. Schmaus as far as that goes. In addition to the comments of my own that I've submitted, I have some comments from Cliff Cox on behalf of CX Ranch that I'm going to submit to you. And I won't go and read through the entire thing, but I think that it's important because the letter from Cliff establishes that there would indeed be significant adverse impacts to CX Ranch by presuming to reopen these roads at this point. The terrain is terrible. The road material in that area would not be suitable for road construction. The road was basically a wagon trail, was never maintained for automobiles. If you talk about acquiring the additional road acreage that I talked about that would be necessary, that would be just the beginning. Once you have a road in place, it's the landowner's responsibility to put up fences, keeping cattle off the road. So CX Ranch would be responsible for not just 1 mile of fencing over rough terrain, it would be 2 miles or more because the road's not exactly straight across the section. And the ranch would own the property on both sides of the reopened road. At an estimated cost of $12,000 per mile, that non-effect by itself would cost CX Ranch $24,000. In addition, the ranch also owns a significant amount of property that Filson Road is currently built on. Don't forget the nuisance factor of bordering land regularly used by the public. 2 years ago, when there was much snow, a vehicle missed a curved section of the road and took out a 1/4 mile of fence along Filson Road. Didn't bother to notify anyone. Luckily, no cattle happened to be in the field at that time. Finally, as everyone is aware, road maintenance is a big consideration in this county. 2 winters ago, very diligent county road crew simply could not keep a large section of Filson Road open for several months. Last summer, they did not have the budget to do the scheduled maintenance on Filson Road. We can only guess at the stress and extra burden of putting another road would bring to the road crews and their supervisors. So together with that and some additional statements in that letter, as well as another letter from Cliff's sister that I will be submitting, that completes our presentation and our objections to the reopening of these roads.
Thank you. Do either of you have any questions for Mr. Driscoll?
I do not know.
All right. So, with that, if it's good with you guys, we'll jump into public comment. Is there anyone you want to hear from before public comment? Daryl and Mike? Okay. Daryl, are you good with public comment? Okay. So, public comment, and per the announcement from the beginning of the meeting, we will hold each person's comment to 3 minutes. So, did you want to go first, Joe? And then we'll cycle people in from the hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Joseph Schmaus, and I'm commenting on Mr. Driscoll's, I guess, comments to the board. I guess the first thing I want to point out real quickly, as I pointed out at the initial meeting over the presentation of the petition, is that Mr. Driscoll and Mr. Cox are both mistaken when they state that this right-of-way is Mr. Cox's. I guess the underlying property is Mr. Cox's, but again, in his chain of title, the right-of-way in this deed from his predecessors, Evelyn C. Brooks, Book 45, page 148 of the official records, Clerk and Recorder's Office of Broadwater County, specifically identifies, excludes, and reserves Red Hill Road and the Leffler Road. The next deed in that chain of title is a warranty deed, book number 58, page 379 of the official records of Jefferson County, from Lillian Schmidt to Reynolds Schmidt, and in that deed it reserves and accepts from that conveyance all restrictions, reservations, easements, conditions, covenants, right-of-ways, county roads, and all easements not of record, leading up to Mr. Cox's ownership in that property that is described as the same property that Mr. Driscoll was cited. The deed specifically describing the property is of the deed, book 58, 382, page 382, and that's the description of the southeast quarter of section 23, land in 24, the southwest of section 12, all of section 13, and the northeast quarter of section 24. For more detail, because I only have 3 minutes, you can read the actual deed again. That's on page, book 58, page 32 for the description. In that description of the property, one of the legal description reads, starting at the southwest corner of the northwest quarter, running due east 790 feet to Red Hill Road, thence northeasterly 320 feet to a junction of the Red Hill Road and the Leffler Road, thence northwest approximately 1,300 feet to where Leffler Road crosses the section line, then south 1,300 feet to a place of beginning comprising 50 acres more or less.
Okay, you are almost at 3 minutes.
Okay,
I'm gonna
I
give
have
you
one
30
more.
more seconds.
One more comment as far as the width of the right-of-way. Don't quote me on this, but I know that I can get the records. I believe from 1866 to 1872, county road right-of-ways were 66 feet. From 1872 on forward, they went back to the 60 feet. And then dedicated road widths could be 40 feet, more or less, depending on what the property owner wanted dedicated. But when you had a petition county road, it was 66 feet, depending on the time, or 60 feet.
Okay, thank you very much. Harvey, would you like to remain seated, please? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners, for listening. I just wanted to come here and show my full support for the opening of these roads. I understand that he has quoted laws and regulations and maintenance of the roads from 1954, and I understand that back in 1954 there was not a population of people in that area. However, we are in 2020, and there's been an increasing amount of population growing in that area. I feel that if the roads were to be open, then you would see an increase in traffic on these areas of people that live and pay taxes in Broadwater County. As me being one of them, I live in that area, and and I also would like to make a comment about today's meeting. There's been a lot of people in the hallway that are very extremely interested in commenting. I think if we could consider finding an establishment that would be able to support comment so that people can hear and can be involved in this process instead of this room. I understand this room has been where we've always had our meetings, but I think with the COVID-19 and the precautions you guys are taking, I think that is something to be considered as well.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, thank you very much. The size of the room is irrelevant. It's the number of people. We're limited to 10 by the governor. So Joe and Harvey, I'm going to ask you both to leave and let 2 more people come in and give their public comment. Thank you very much.
And then,
Joe, I'm going to have you come back if you like.
to comment to Corey's stuff?
Well, no.
Oh.
We're gonna give everybody a chance.
Okay.
Yep. Good morning. This is a little haphazard, but we're doing the best we can with this COVID-19. The governor's given us a directive that says 10 people in the room. So that's why we're doing this way. So thank you very much. And public comment is yours. We're giving everybody 3 minutes. And you can say whatever you like on this petition to reopen Red Hill or Leffler roads.
Okay. I'm Gayanne Mazzola. I understand all the coronavirus. Last time I was here was about 2 or 3 years ago, and I asked for everybody to have microphones for we who are hard of hearing, the commissioners, and I see it still hasn't been implemented. I just think it would be such an advantage because I quit coming because I couldn't hear.
One small comment, all that equipment is in the room next door, ready to be implemented.
Oh, good.
So we heard you. Forget definitely within a couple of weeks, we'll have that ready for you.
That would be a real benefit. I might start coming to the meetings again.
Okay.
I'm just actually here to support the closure of the road. And I think my husband, who's lived there, been there all his life, knows more of the history. But that's, I think, something that was closed in 1954. It just makes sense to leave it instead of opening it, because all I can see is problems for the county. So, I didn't take 3 minutes, did I?
Thank you. And don't forget to state your name for the record. Harvey Ravindal was the second person to speak. I did not state his name. Thank you, Ann, for the reminder. All right, Bob, your turn.
Well, I'm in favor with
Bob Mazzola.
Cliff Cox are keeping it closed. I guess if it would ever opened up, I can't see how the county can afford to maintain and build a road back in there for one person. I mean, there is nothing there now but grass and ruts. It'd take a lot of money to do it and maintain it, I think. I think you got other roads that need taken care of and kept, and not add another one to it.
Thank you. You didn't take 2 minutes either. Thank you both.
We're real windy people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let you start as soon as we get the other chair filled. Or, you know what, we'll just let you go. Don't forget to state your full name for the record. You got 3 minutes, Alan.
My name is Alan Wright, and I guess for what I can see so far of the proceedings of the issues pertaining to these 2 roads, that I guess to me it boils down to, are they or are they not county roads? If they are, and if they are, then they should be opened up. If they're not, well then you could leave them the way they are. But if they are proven that they are county roads, then I believe that they should be considered as that and to be used as county roads. And if it costs some money, well, that's the cost of doing business. And so that is my comments on that at this point. From what I hear from this gentleman over here, on the other side of the pillar, he, said a lot. He said a lot. And so I guess it's up to the county to, in-house, is this a county road? And like it was mentioned earlier by this other individual, there's property owned to other people, there's other interests that can utilize. And so the county roads. And if the road width is an issue, well, I think the law makes provisions, because there's a lot of roads that do not utilize 60 feet. And so within the county. But if they're county roads, then they're county roads. If they're not county roads, then they're not county roads. That's my comment.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
And if you could send 2 more people in.
A couple of people want to go in? Give it a try.
Hey, Adam.
Hello, how are
If
you?
would, good. How are you doing?
Great.
Good. If you would please take a seat.
Okay.
What we're doing is a little bit different structure. And sir, you can come in and take the other seat if you like. We have to do a different structure. The governor issued a directive because of the COVID-19 that we're only allowed to have 10 people in this room. With that being said, because we have so many people who have to be here, we're cycling you guys in for comment. Everybody's been given an equal 3 minutes to speak. You don't have to take the full 3 minutes, but you have up to 3 minutes to speak. And this is your chance for public comment. So thank you for your patience with us in the COVID-19. And Adam, I'll let you go first.
Sure,
And
I'm Adam
please
McDonald.
state
Adam McDonald, I live on Filson Road. I am here to oppose the creation of a new road, and I use those words specifically because it must be viewed as this. There's been quite a bit of argument that it may have been a public road in the past, it was legally closed. When it was closed, it was a wagon road, maybe a Model T road. As someone, you guys have seen me in my wagon, I know what a wagon road is, and county road is a completely different thing. So, to be clear, this is a creation of a new road that's nothing like what was there 60 or what was it, 70, 80 years ago when this road was closed and abandoned. So, I am opposed to it. There's no need for it. It's going to be an extraordinary expense to the county to access literally nothing new. There is access going in there now. There's access from masters. There's branches that allow hunting via a legal block management program. So we are considering building an expensive new road for no reason. There's not a need for it. So I'm opposed to it, and I'll yield at that point.
Thank you. Sir, please state your name for the record, and the floor is yours.
I'm Randy Robertson. I live on Beaver Creek Road, which intersects with Filson. I'm opposed to having this road built. That's about it. Thank you.
You still have 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Well, that's a long time.
Thank you very much.
No,
Appreciate
thank
both
you.
your comments. And would you send anyone else who's interested in?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I think that's it.
All right. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
you bet.
Two people want to come in and sit. Joe, you're welcome to sit. Anyone else? All right, I do have written comment, and Cliff, one of these is yours. Do you want it read into the record out loud?
I don't think it's necessary. Bill covered 99% of it in his presentation, so I don't think the whole thing needs to be written in the ready.
Okay, we will submit your letter for the record along with Mr. Driscoll doing the same.
Thank you.
And I have a couple of letters here. This one is from Alan Davies. I am one of the concerned landowners in opposition of opening Red Hill Road. I am very familiar with the road and where it is and where it goes. The end of Red Hill Road goes into Canyon Ferry Lake. At this point, it is more than 2 miles from Joe's property. Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks considers a public waterway to be a point of access to public land. The edge of the lake is roughly 1/2 of a mile from Joe's property. There are a number of homes on the shores of Holter Lake whose only access is by water. This eliminates any taking of private land for a road that has been legally closed. This needs to be stopped now, in caps. This letter is from Bob and Linda Davis. We feel it is not, in caps, in the best interest of the Broadwater County residents to open Red Hill Road on the Cox Ranch. Reopening this road would be an unnecessary use of county funds when your road and sheriff's budgets are already in need of additional funding. This road has been closed for many years and should remain closed. We feel there is no need to take any additional expense on in this manner. Please make a responsible and prudent decision in this manner. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Bob and Linda Davis. This is from Chris Robinson Cox. The Jim and Ruby Cox family moved to Winston, Montana in 1954. Since then, 3 generations of our family have worked and cared for the land directly affected by the petition. We make these observations. At the April 20, 2020 Commissioners meeting, the petitioner stated in error that no landowners would be impacted by the proposed road openings. This individual does not understand cattle ranching. Some clear negative impacts would be loss of acres for grazing, disruption of an extensive stockwater system, trespassing and unwanted off-road traffic, introduction of weeds and trash, increased fire danger in an arid area, disruption of the current block management hunting program agreement, As you well know, the list could continue. Other erroneous information has been put forth in support of the petition. It is disturbing to hear the statement that the county owns the roadway through our ranch. Having been closed for many decades, much of the road's beds are taken back by native grasses and sage. They are not even visible, let alone passable. The CX Ranch Partnership owns and pays taxes on this land. We urge you as Broadwater County Commissioners to reject the petition to open Leffler and Red Hill roads. The county has more pressing needs and there are better uses of tax dollars. And that's again Chris Robinson Cox. From Darrell Baum. For your consideration, as property owners boarding Filson Road, which connects to Red Hill Road, we object to the reopening of Red Hill Road as a county road. It is noted that BLM had a petition to close the lower portion of this as a county road around 1947, and at that time the landowners petitioned to close the upper portion in the mid-50s. At that time all landowners were in agreement and there were no objections. The Schmaus property does not connect directly to Red Hill Road, and they would need to cross private or public land to gain access. As taxpayers, we are against county money being spent to build and maintain this road, and question adding cattle guards as it is open grazing land for the Cox Ranch. Being as it is proposed to be a county road open to all, that allows for trespassers onto Cox property and extra weed maintenance. Best regards, Darrell E. Baum, Douglas B. Baum, sorry. From Nate Cox. The intent of this email is to voice my opinion as a Broadwater County resident that I do not want Red Hill Road or Leffler Road reopened as county roads due to the expense that such changes would entail for Broadwater County and for the CX Ranch. Thank you. And one more. This is from Missy Cox. Dear Honorable Commissioners, I am Missy Cox and I am a partner of the CX Ranch in Winston. You are, of course, investigating the possibility of reopening the Red Hill Road, which crosses our entire pasture going east to west. The CX Ranch emphatically opposes CAP's reopening of the Red Hill Road, underlined. The whole thing is underlined. There are many reasons that reopening this road would not be a good idea, but I believe the main reason not to reopen Red Hill Road would be the expense. The next reason would be the difficulty in rebuilding the road. Even 66 years ago, that county road was nothing like the standards that are required today. In addition, the terrain is terrible and the soil is not suitable for road construction. It would altogether be a huge burden to our county, which is currently facing shortfalls in almost every department, and trying to reopen Red Hill Road would only make matters worse. Currently, Filson Road, which is already in place and has been functioning quite well for a very long time, covers basically the same ground that the proposed reopened Red Hill Road would. Add to the fact that there are currently 0 CAPs, landowners residing on Red Hill Road. In addition, only a half mile separates the already established Filson Road from the proposed reopened Red Hill Road. It doesn't make sense to concentrate so many county resources in this relatively small area. Please do the responsible, prudent, and right thing for all CAPs, the citizens of Broadwater County. I urge you to vote against CAPs reopening Red Hill Road. It is too expensive and our county simply can't afford it. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Isabel Missy Cox. Guys, did I miss any? Okay. That is our public comments. Is there any further public comment online? Okay. Any further comment here? Joe, I'll give you another 3 minutes.
That's all I need. I just
Okay.
want to speak towards Corey's comments, since he's here, I could ask him some questions. As Corey admitted, the public domain statute, the RS 2477, my question to Mr. Swanson is he aware of the state of Utah versus BLM cases that involved RS 2477? And if not, I would recommend that he looks into those cases. Number 2, because of a result of that litigation, which took several years and was very intense, the BLM, I believe it's available online, but there's a BLM transmittal from the director, and I can see if I can find that to get a copy to Corey, which specifically states as a result of that lawsuit that the BLM, if the county asserts this authority, that the BLM is pretty much bound by that decision. And then the third thing is I'm really a little bit confused because I don't understand when reopening got confused with construction of a brand new road here. So there's been a lot of talk about the expense and this, it's gonna cost this and that, but again, there's a lot of county roads in this, a lot of two-track, barely roads, Riesel Quick Road's a good example of that, that are county roads, but they're not maintained, they're not, 24-foot wide gravel surfaces and so on and so forth.
Do you want me to answer those questions?
Are you done?
I am done, yes, sorry.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
That is public comment. If you would like to make public comment to respond, that's up to you. You'll have 3 minutes to do so as well.
I would just say that I think the reason that I've heard from the public about reopening equals creating a new road is because there really is no road there anymore. And so you would be creating a new road. The other thing that's interesting to note is that in the 41, some of the documents, I think it was at the 1941 closure of half of it, they specifically talked about a big washout event that would have made a serious amount of repairs necessary at that time anyway. So I guess beyond that, I'd leave it to people that are more knowledgeable than me. Yes, I am familiar with the 10th Circuit RS 2477 cases, and I don't agree that just because a county asserts something that the BLM has to go along with that, because there are several cases where that's not in fact the case, plus there's intervener groups that often get in and contest those. That's why they were not district court cases, they were appellate cases, because there was a controversy that went on for years and was disputed. But on top of that, I would recommend to the commission that the county not assert that effort to try and open those roads, because I think it's a fool's errand based on the public comment I heard today.
All right, thank you. Still nothing online there? Okay. Tim, if you want to make public comment, please have a seat, and you may do so with the same 3 minutes we gave everyone else.
My name is Tim Robendahl, resident citizen of Broadwater County, and I would like to just ask a real simple question. Please don't quote me on the date, but it seems to me it was May of 2018. I was at a meeting when a lot of this was discussed. And one of the major conflicts that I hear and see continuing today is opening a road across private property, disrespecting that private property in some ways. In that meeting, it was decided by this commission to go up and GIS one of the roads that are there, whether it's a 2-track still existing, hard to see, whatever it is, but it went around the CX Ranch to alleviate that conflict. Did that get dropped from the table, or is that still, you see, there's a lot of roads in there that were historically used, but identification and location also falls back to what was discussed in this commission meeting at another meeting when our county attorney, Corey Swanson, brought forward information regarding Indian Creek Road going through to Beaver Creek, if you will. And those same things are irrelevant in a lot of areas across Montana. I personally brought up the fact that White Gulch Road is in a similar situation. It was existed, no record of abandonment, but it provides public access to public land and resources, and certainly this area up there is in question. But respecting private property rights, that's a question that I guess has kind of got pushed off to the side somehow. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
I could briefly respond to that. So that issue is actually not part of this petition. So it's that's a totally different road, but that is in litigation still, so we're not gonna probably hash it out here. It's still, that part's still in front of the judge.
Thank you.
So, looks like that's all the public comment at this point. Anything else online? Okay. So what we have before us is a request to open Leffler and Red Hill roads. In order to do that, that is a process unto itself. So the question before this commission is, do we want to enter into that process, or do we want to affirm that those roads are going to just stay as they are, status quo? And we don't need a vote to go status quo, but we should probably have one just for added clarity, just like earlier today.
So this is just in regards to the petition itself?
That is correct. This is only about the petition.
I've heard a lot of testimony that opposes the reopening of Leffler and Red Hill roads on a lot of different bases.
I will leave this if you guys want.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes, sir.
this is out of order, I know, but I'd like to make a comment about something that Joe said.
You know what? I let Corey answer a couple questions. Cliff, I'm gonna let you do the same. You got 3 minutes. We'll call this public comment as well.
Joe made the statement that there were no adverse effects on the landowners. And very simplistic attitude. I am a rancher. I grow grass. I harvest it with cattle or machinery. In the case of the Red Hill Road, it would be cattle. Every acre that you take out of production hurts me. I can't put numbers on it now, but I am adversely affected by the opening of this road. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. So, one of the things that we need to do, I think, is ask Corey to draft a letter that states what we state in this meeting are the reasons for our decisions. My decision is status quo. And to give Corey something for the letter that I think he should write for us is one, what Cliff just said. The petitions that we require as commissioners need to have, and it's in statute who's involved, but it's all the neighboring landowners, it's all the affected landowners. This petition does not include many of the people who are directly and adversely affected by this request. Therefore, it is not a complete petition, for starters. Second of all, the cost estimate just for surveying, we're starting at $15,000, and that's not including what's been spent already, which was a requirement of law. When we get a petition, we are bound by law to get the feasibility and desirability work done, and that was done correctly. But to go further, we're looking at another $15,000 just to start. That includes no engineering. That includes no boots on, well, that includes boots on the ground. But the cost, I think, is prohibitive for what our budget can sustain. And I do think if you go back in time, it is clear by intent. When you see the viewer's report that they wanted to abandon these roads because it was wholly unnecessary to the public and the cost was going to be exorbitant, and the commission accepted those reviewers' reports without comment, without edits, and then said we close the road. In my opinion, the intent is they wanted them closed and abandoned. So those are my 3 reasons for saying let's keep it at status quo. What do you guys think?
Could I just interject one thing here? And our position we've taken in the litigation to this point is that the commission closed Leffler and Red Hill, not abandoned. So that's been what we've maintained in the court to this point. So just letting you know that.
Okay.
So,
but I do still think the 2 words have been used interchangeably. I don't think today they're interchangeable. Certainly not the way that we have closed, abandoned, and opened roads. But I do think we're talking about what happened 60-ish years ago. So I think we have to take ourselves a little bit back in time. But yeah, we can definitely be dealing with closed. So those are my opinions. What do you guys think?
I want to add, that was the intent of the commission at that time, was to close those roads because they no longer served a useful purpose. And and an expense to continue to maintain them.
And I would agree, but I would disagree with Corey, because the viewer's report says 5 times abandon the road. And the commission accepted the viewer's report, they didn't edit, they didn't say anything about it. So to me, that means they abandoned the road. And if you abandon the road, it means you no longer have owner of a road, you no longer have ownership of that road base, which means if you're gonna go in there, it's a taking of property. And the other part of that is, it's like the Alaskan Bridge to nowhere, you're gonna build that road out there, and all it does is run into the BLM. And all that does is put a campground on Cliff Cox's property that he has no desire to be there, but you already have numerous cases of ranchers closing roads because the public can't mind their manners. And that's what's gonna happen there. You're gonna have a bunch of people camped 1.5 miles away from the lake. Well, the Google map said I could get to the lake here. Well, you can't get to the lake here unless you wanna walk 1.5 miles. So they're gonna end up all camping on Cliff's property. So then he ends up with a mess. We end up with the sheriff's department up there. It accomplishes absolutely nothing. And besides that, it cost us $1 million that we don't have, and we could most likely take $1 million and feasibility and desirability and put it on a road that gets a lot more use than what this thing's ever gonna get. That's all I have.
The other thing too is the petition addresses access to public lands. Well, there is access to all that property back there via the BLM side and the Bureau of Reclamation side. Just different access points. It might not be motorized access, but you can hike it, bike it, ride your horse. So there is access to that property.
And I believe that they will give motorized access, specifically for certain people, based on their needs, based on their circumstances.
If you can get a travel variance,
Yeah.
I believe that's correct.
The other reason that I would like included in the letter too is the easement size. 60-foot easement for a new county road is appropriate for public health and safety. Anything less than that, and we're putting the county in jeopardy. If we did move to open this road, we would have to then take, and it would be a takings, another 15 feet in order to make this an adequate, 15 or 20 feet, to make this an adequate 60-foot easement. And that's, I think, enough of a reason to say no on its own.
I guess the other thing I'd like to add too is, I did personally drive out in that area with Cliff Cox. And where the proposed road is where they say it is. I don't believe there could ever be a road built safely enough for the general public. I think we'd have to probably take more property to make that a safe road. Away from its current, I guess where it's proposed on the map.
And then the liability of getting an ambulance up there becomes us, to the campground that Mike mentioned. Becomes, the liability of the county and all citizens. Any other reasons to remain status quo? Corey, would it be enough legally for us to just affirm verbally that we want to keep status quo? Because we're not changing anything, so it really shouldn't require a vote. You're nodding, is that a yes?
And what I would recommend then, I'll draft this. Are you having a meeting? You're not next Monday because it's a holiday, right?
You guys can have a meeting, but I won't be here.
Rather on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll draft a letter, and my recommendation would be then at your next meeting, just vote to adopt and sign the letter.
Okay.
Do you want me to address anything about whether you desire to go to federal court to fight to open the road? Do you desire to go to federal court to sue the BLM to open the road? As an RS 24/7 road?
I think maybe what we should do is we have some public comment, but I think before we do this, we'll take the public comment, but we should affirm, or somebody should make a motion. We should have, either one, affirm that we want to keep status quo, each one of us clearly saying yes. Or, if we are not in agreement, the person who is not should make a motion that they wish to open these roads and enter into that process. Before we do that, Nicole, would you read your public comment?
Certainly. This is from Josh Eggers. In regards to a new road, I oppose the road due to the cost and management of having a road placed in that location. I feel it would be a waste of valuable money and resources that could be spent elsewhere.
Thank you, Josh.
And I guess a question I have, and Corey, maybe you can answer this, or, so this is a petition to open the existing county roads, that's what it's, so do we reject the petition, or what's the proper?
Yeah, I think that's right. So perhaps if you want to just advise me how you want me to draft it, so then probably next Tuesday would be if you approve the letter or make any edits, I can make edits quickly. Probably approve the letter, and then it would be, if you're gonna say no, vote to reject the petition, and then we can mail the letter to the people that signed the petition. They all put their mailing addresses, so we can mail it to them.
Okay, so if you want to do it that way, we can vote to reject the petition then. So, yeah.
All right, then I guess I'll make that motion. I'll make that motion to reject the petition to open Leffler and Red Hill Road.
I'll second.
Hey, it has been moved and seconded to reject the petition to open Leffler and Red Hill Roads. Is there any public comment? Public comment?
I have comment.
Joe?
In response
And
to
please state your name.
Joe Schmaus. Mr. Swanson, this may be important for your letter. In the ongoing litigation, DV 2018-46, in regards to the BLM and those roads on BLM being county roads, Mr. Swanson specifically addressed the court and stated more or less down the lines that if those roads were county roads, the BLM would have pretty much nothing to say about it, that the BLM would have to go along with the commission. Now he states that, and states completely to the contrary of that, and interjects this notion that the county would have to go to federal court with the BLM, which is, again, completely contrary to his arguments in the litigation. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Any other public comment? Don't see anyone in the hall. Nothing online? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, next we are on the the question of, do we want to sue the federal government in order to, that wouldn't be correct, it's just, do we want to ask them? What's the correct question for us?
I think in this circumstance, we'd have to sue them because they've, again, this is an issue that Mr. Schmaus brought up, and I'm not sure if he's correct entirely, but I think he's on the right track. It's unlikely that BLM is going to agree to just say, go ahead, open the road. So I think we would most likely have to sue BLM in federal court based on the circumstance of this case.
So the question before us is, do we want to sue the federal government to open these roads?
Right.
Okay, what do you guys
Could I-
think? Yes, sir.
One brief little comment. I don't understand, and Corey needs to respond to explain that. I don't understand why you need to make that determination, whether to go after the feds about reopening the roads, after you've already determined that you're not going to reopen Red Hill Road. I mean, if you were considering reopening Red Hill Road, then maybe that would come into play, but you've already made a determination on your own purposes, based on the information presented here today, that you're not going to reopen it. So I'm not sure what the purpose of continuing to go on with the feds about it would be.
I actually would wonder too, with the court order, and because that relies on the federal portion, is that actually a question for the next
Yeah, and
agenda item,
I
which
think
is
that's,
the district court's order?
yeah, and I'm not asking for a separate decision on that as far as the petition, more of just the background that may ultimately be the reality. I do think on the next item, that's a more relevant discussion.
So for now, we don't need it for your letter
We don't need it.
clarifying the
No.
petition?
We don't need it.
Okay. So we're gonna move on then to response to district court order regarding Red Hill Road. So I think for this one, Corey, I'm just gonna hand it to you for, where we're at with the district court, what they're looking for from us, and what it is what we are being asked to do.
So in the litigation that's now been going on for quite some time, we were in, the parties were all in a hearing, Mr. Driscoll and myself and Mr. Schmaus, in March, and it was a hearing on a motion. It was motions for summary judgment. And in the process, Mr. Schmaus actually took a stand and testified that, and the map that's before you, Commissioner Fulford, would be the relevant map if you want to open it up. He testified that he would like to have Red Hill Road open, not as his primary, I think as an alternate. I mean, his primary thing, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here to say his primary goal would be a road that's going more northerly called, that we're referring to as the Daniapi Road. But failing that, if that road can't be open for whatever reason, then one option that he was pursuing, he would be able to pursue, is to open Red Hill Road and therefore acquire a federal right-of-way of some kind. It would be across BLM land, basically going kind of along the shoreline of Canyon Ferry north to where it could ultimately, he could ultimately get a road that would intersect with his access to a property known that we refer to as the fatigue load in this litigation. It's property owned by Mr. Schmaus and some family members. So what the court did is the court issued an order and said it did not appear that that issue had been asked or addressed by the county commission. Specifically the question of, would the county commission open Red Hill Road as at that point on the status of a closed county road if Mr. Schmaus were able to obtain a federal connecting road across federal land that would ultimately give him access to the fatigue load. And that issue was prior to the petition, prior to us receiving the petition, but clearly we're talking about the same ground and the same issues. So, first of all the discussion that we've just heard about Red Hill Road from the public would, I think, apply to your consideration of this issue. But secondly, and this is where I'm hoping Mr. Schmaus can provide more information, the question of how does Mr. Schmaus obtain a right-of-way across federal land connecting with the end of Red Hill Road in order to access Petite Load? My reading of the situation, having looked at some documentation that Mr. Schmaus provided to myself and Bill Driscoll, is it's a pretty elaborate process. It was about a 9-page document that the feds actually provided on, here's the process you go through to acquire rights of way. I mean, people can do it. It's not that there's no new roads or rights of way that can ever be done. It's a fairly, it seemed to me, involved process, environmental review, engineering. One of the things that appears to be part of that is whether a local government that is affected by it agrees and concurs. And so, with all that, I guess I'll maybe reserve some comment after Mr. Schmaus and Mr. Driscoll speak, but that is the issue, is whether the county would agree to open this Red Hill Road on the, if Mr. Schmaus gets a connecting federal road. If he doesn't get a connecting federal road, it's clearly pointless. But the purpose that Mr. Schmaus has communicated to this commission and to the court is ultimately the reason he wants to do that is to develop a condominium and subdivision and boat marina and things like that farther north along it'd be the west shore of the Canyon Ferry Reservoir. And so you have to, I would say, at least keep in mind that if he ultimately did his project, that's the amount of traffic and use that one would expect on that road. So I'll stop there and see if someone else wants to address the issue.
All right, good.
Red Hill Road passes through section 18, I believe it is, down to the lake. Section 7 is directly north of section 18, and that is owned by the Bureau of Reclamation. So it's complicated because you're dealing with two federal agencies, not just BLM, but Bureau of Reclamation also.
Thank you.
Quite true.
Mr. Driscoll, do you have anything to add at this point? Do you want to give anything for foundation for us, or would you like us to move into public comment and maybe respond after? What would be your pleasure?
Well, I'm just sitting over here thinking now, I mean, I think what I'm going to have to say would largely be repeating what I already read to you and the letter that I already submitted, which is aimed at both issues. So I guess what I would prefer to do at this point is maybe wait until after the other public comment is received and see if I have anything further to add at that point. Other than that, I would say that I concur with the points that Corey Swanson has made up until now, and I repeat my point that I don't see what issue there is to be dealing with the feds on this at this point after you've already made your own decision that you're not going to reopen Red Hills Road.
Okay, thank you. Joe, it looks like public comment, so you got 3 minutes.
I'm a party to the litigation, though, it wouldn't just be public comment, would it?
Oh, good point. Yeah, we're still not gonna give it all afternoon, we're about an hour and a half.
Yeah, well, I
behind.
guess just real quickly to touch on what Corey said, I currently have 2 federal right-of-ways, one federal right-of-way that I'm the owner of currently, and I've developed other federal right-of-ways. Went through the whole process with the BLM, so I know this process. So there's a federal Form 299 that you initially fill out with the federal agencies. That's submitted to the BOR and the BLM. Then you have a follow-up meeting to discuss the permit, and then that form is processed per the guidelines of the Code of Federal Regulations. I believe it's section 2800. So again, it is an entailed process, but it's not an indefinite. I mean, these are doable. It happens. It's, you know, I've got 2 of them already. So in the very first one I did, it was to develop 20 home sites on 80 acres in the middle of about 1,200 acres of BLM landlocked. And we got the permit and built 4.2 or 3 miles of county spec road with guardrail and the whole 9 yards for that development. So getting a federal permit to do that is feasible. Number 2, it would be, it's my understanding that specifically the district court stated the question to the board was, would the board open that right-of-way to me? Now, I believe that there is a way or a means to not have this road open to the public, but allow me to utilize it to access my property if I get this federal permit. So Corey can touch base on that. Mr. Driscoll is welcome to, but it's my understanding in the order, the specific language is, will the county commission open the road to Joe? Not generally to the public. Now, because the road's closed, I would think that that's feasible, and you've already decided not to open it to the public, but I don't think that necessarily means you cannot decide to open it to me if I get this federal right away. So yeah, I guess for now that's pretty much it in regards to the court order and the permitting from the federal agencies that would be required.
All right, thank you.
Could I answer that question?
I only see Bernadette for more public comment. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so here's specifically what the judge ordered. The judge's order on the pending motion, which is the CX Ranch's motion, shall be stayed and reserved until the Broadwater County Commission determines whether the county will reopen Red Hill Road or its other former names if Schmaus secures the necessary federal access to Fatigue Lode off of Red Hill Road. Well, so it's clearly been a request to the court and now to the commission as a contingent thing, if he gets the federal access. But secondly, I don't see how a county, if we opened it, we'd be opening it as a county road that's been closed. How can a county open a county road to only one person and not to the entire public? I don't think that you can do that. And so I think that that's why it's an all or nothing proposition. If the county successfully obtains opening of a county road, an old county road, and probably rebuilding it, it sounds like, across federal land and private land, you would be opening it to basically the public. So I think that's the issue.
Isn't the closing, I understand let's talk about floods and drifts, and I know that these county roads are closed temporarily to the general public, but left open to landowners to gain access to their private property. It happens all the time in certain situations. Again, where a road is somewhat obstructed, but the man has property or a home or something like that beyond that obstruction or beyond that, and then that portion through the roads, city streets, county roads are closed to the public, but they are left open to individual property owners to get to their residences and farms and things like that. It's my understanding.
I don't believe that's the case with county roads. County roads are either open or closed. We can't restrict who goes in other than in the case of a fire.
Well, that's a good instance then.
Right, but that is an emergency situation. Emergency situations, much like COVID, and keeping this meeting to 10 people, allows for and requires that we do things to protect the public safety and public health of our citizens. Bill?
Yeah, if I could just, I want to make the same point that Corey just made to make sure that you understand that I fully agree with what he said. That, the litigation that Mr. Schmaus has been pursuing all this time has been specifically aimed at reopening public county roads, former county roads. It has not been aimed at reopening a county road dedicated to my purpose. And I agree with Corey and the insight that you offered, Commissioner Obert, that the county would not have any authority to reopen a closed county road for the benefit of one particular individual. And if you went in that direction, then you'd open up a whole new can of worms for the whole next round of litigation between all of the parties. And that's just not correct. He's asked for the reopening of public roads that have been long closed, and that's what the litigation has been about.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Is there anything online? No. Okay.
I would like to add, if I may, one instance to Mr. Driscoll's comment. There is an Attorney General opinion, and this is somewhat related to me, Volume 37, Opinion 130, which does state that county roads can be closed, abandoned, whatever you want to call it, but then still left open to private parties. And that has to do with the notice requirement. But in that instance where there wasn't notice given of an abandonment, that property owner that wasn't abandoned, that county road still remained a county road and his access to his property if he wasn't notified. So in this instance, we do have a road. We have an Attorney General opinion that does state that we can have county roads that are closed to the majority of the public but open to landowners that needed to access their property. So there is some basis in what I'm saying.
If I could,
Okay, first, let's go to Corey first and then Bill.
Well, those are not the facts of this case, so not even close. And Judge McMahon's already ruled on that part of it, where Mr. Schmaus challenged the closure of Leffler Road on the basis that his predecessors in interest in Fatigue Lode never got access, or never got notice, and therefore should be entitled to reopening. And that's been shot down. And there's no proof at all that I'm aware of that the fatigue load owners somehow had Red Hill Road and then up the valley. They may have had Red Hill Road and then up the valley Daniothy Road access to get into their property. That would make sense. But that up the valley road is now under Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It was, the United States bought it from the county and condemned the reservoir when it expanded, condemned the land and expanded the reservoir. So I think there's issues with that Attorney General opinion that have been addressed by subsequent cases, but even so, those are not the facts of this case.
Mr. Driscoll?
Well, I concur with everything that Corey Swanson just said. And I would also make the point that I object to Mr. Schmaus's presentation, and I would object to your consideration of his description of what was in some Montana Attorney General's opinion that he's never even presented as part of the record that you're considering right now in this matter. And that would just be inappropriate. I don't accept anything that he said without him actually presenting it so that we can make our own interpretation of what this Attorney General's opinion actually said. More importantly, substantively, I do agree with everything that Corey said.
And what I'm going to do is bring us back to the agenda. What we are being asked about is, just to read it word for word here, response to district court order regarding Red Hill Road. We are being asked if we are willing to open Red Hill Road if there is agreement to open BOR and BLM. So the question to us is, are we willing to open Red Hill Road? We have just stated reasons for why we did not accept the petition. So the question to the commission is, do we want to go ahead and open Red Hill Road if there is the BLM and BOR agreement? So that's the question before us. In my opinion, for the county, we have the exact same, we have more public comment. I forgot to read these. So we'll read them into the record with this. But I guess what I'm asking you guys is, do you feel that our arguments made for not approving the petition have changed? Because regardless of what BOR and BLM do, if we said yes to opening Red Hill Road, we still have to build, survey, get the feasibility, the desirability, construct culverts, possibly bridges. So I guess what I'm asking you guys is, are you of the same mind, or have you changed your mind on this depending on BOR and BLM?
I guess the way I read it, I mean, the court order is very specific of what we're supposed to do to determine whether we're going to reopen Red Hill Road, based on if Mr. Schmaus secures the federal accesses. And I think we answered those questions when we addressed the petition. And my opinion is not to do that.
And I'd agree with that, for the same arguments that we had for not approving the petition.
Corey, if we were to ask you to write another formal letter, do you want us to repeat our reasons? Or can we say, for the same reasons as we rejected the petition, our answer is no to the court order question?
I think I've got it here. So the reasons I summarized for the previous one was the petition was not correct because it didn't address landowners affected, cost of the survey and large cost of engineering and building and maintaining the road. The appearance that it was originally should have been abandoned, not closed, as part of what the commission intended way back then. That we have higher priorities to spend our money elsewhere. That there already is public access to public lands and this road is not necessary. That a road would need a 60-foot easement and a smaller easement is not suitable for the public or safety. And that the terrain is very rough and is not safe to build the road. And that there would be concern about ambulance access for emergencies. So those are ones I wrote down from prior. And I can if there's any, if you want to repeat those, I can repeat those. If there's any you want to add on to this one, I can do so.
And that's my question to you is, for this to be part of the court record, because I would imagine they'll be looking for this, should we go ahead and restate? I'm thinking we should restate that for the record so that if it is brought to the court, they can see that we did restate the reasons why. So I guess I'm not asking the question anymore.
Okay.
So I guess I would suggest we vote no. I'm going to vote no because of the cost. It's extremely expensive for the county. We don't have a lot of extra money. We have worked a long time to foster good relationships with both BLM and BOR. I don't want to do anything that jeopardizes that. If they decided to open these roads, that would be one thing. We do have letters from BLM that they are not considering that. But if they wanted to change their mind, that'd be fine. But I think for us looking at the county, I don't think we can responsibly open Red Hill Road regardless of what BOR or BLM do. So
May I ask?
that's, no, you can't.
Was there,
So I guess that would be, and then also, I don't agree, and I think this is gonna be important for the wording, it wasn't the commissioner's intent to abandon in 1954. It was their intent to use abandoned and closed simultaneously as the same word. I think their intent was exactly what they did, to close the road, i.e. abandon the road as the viewers had presented. I don't think there was any kind of an error in the misuse of the word. I think back then, from everything that happened in those minutes, those petitions, and understanding the history back then to the small level that I do, they were correct in using closed because they used it the same as abandoned at the time.
Okay.
So those are my thoughts. What do you guys think? And to put it on record.
Okay, so I guess are you thinking that since in the viewer's report they used the word abandoned, they just were using them interchangeably?
Yeah. I don't believe there was any kind of an error, a misunderstanding. They just didn't differentiate the two words as being different. They were used
county can't
exactly
change
the same.
that position.
That's up to the judge.
And I agree, I think that the amount of times that they used abandonment in their review, they meant abandon. And I think that you also have to take a look at what was the statute at that time, what did it require? Did it require you to say abandoned and started the way it closed? And whatever was in effect at that time, evidently it must have said closed, because that's what they did with everything. So if not, then you're gonna go back to every road abandonment that ever happened in that period of time, and you gotta change the language in every one of them.
So I guess I would entertain a motion, if we're not too premature, to, as a response to the courts, Broadwater County decides not to open Red Hill Road.
I'll make the motion to send a letter to the district court saying that Broadwater County is not going to reopen Red Hill Road.
I would second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded to send a letter to district court stating that Broadwater County will not open Red Hill Road. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I offer something?
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Sorry.
My suggestion is you don't actually vote on that until we do the letter next week. We're gonna basically table this for 1 week. The reason for that is, as soon as you make that formal vote and sign the letter, it's gonna go right back to court. So I would rather we actually have the letter in hand, so it doesn't go back to court tomorrow without the letter and our stated reasons, that it's actually a final vote next week with the letter. Because then, I mean, it'll, pretty much the day that you guys vote and you sign the letter, I'll file it in court. And so, that's all.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to table that till next week.
But with those instructions, I'll prepare the letter for next week.
Should we have a vote that you do the letter, or is that probably just
Or you can
overkill?
just instruct me if you all agree. That's fine.
Okay, I think we all agree.
Okay.
All right, so the motion is rescinded, and we'll postpone the agenda item until next week. All right. I think we're done with Red Hill and Left
I have
Hill
one
Roads.
comment.
Yes.
Yeah. Just to clarify, Mr. Delger, the word abandonment is not used anywhere in the petition for closing Leffler Road. It's always referred, it's always referred to as closing. I have it here if you'd like to review it, but the word.
Which petition are you looking at?
For the petition that closed Leffler, petition for closing Leffler and that closed Leffler and Red Hill Road. The word abandonment, or abandonment is not used in that petition.
But we're on Red Hill right now.
Yeah, but that was, again, that portion in section 24, I guess is what I'm referring to, would have been closed on the Leffler and the Red Hill petition. And then to that point, I would reference a 1923 petition from James McMaster, which specifically was a petition to abandon, which is included in the administrative record. The word abandonment is used, and it states that the intent is not to, specifically not to abandon Red Hill or Leffler Road. So I think that the statement that Mr. Delger made that if they meant close, that meant abandonment, or vice versa, I don't think that based on the historical record is correct. With specific areas that mention the very same roads, and in one instance, they're praying to abandon a portion of a road, and the next instance, they're praying to close them, just for the record.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
We have, go ahead.
Can I please just briefly respond to that?
Sure.
I am gonna go back to my letter now.
Okay.
We've already discussed this, but Montana Code Section 60-1-103 subsection 1 defines abandonment of public roads, including county roads in Montana, as, quote, cessation of use of right-of-way with no intention to reclaim or use again, close quote. It's not a matter of using magic words, closed or abandoned. It's a matter of the intention expressed by the petitioners and the Broadwater County Commission at the time that road closed, that the roads were closed in 1954. And as I've already presented, the Broadwater County Commission's clearly expressed intent then was to permanently relinquish control of a road that no longer served any useful purpose and was wholly unnecessary to the public any longer. So it doesn't matter what kind of word games you want to play about closed or abandoned. The intention expressed by the petitioners and the Broadwater County Commissioners when they closed Red Hill Road in 1954 was to have nothing to do with it anymore and relieve the county of the liability and the expense of maintaining it.
But that is not the
Thank you.
position of the county.
We have two public comments that I missed. These are the two letters, so I apologize for this. We're going to add these to the public record. My name is, dear County Commissioners, my name is Julie Reynolds. I live at 310 Filson Road in Winston. I have been a owner in the Reynolds family since 1904 here in Filson Road. Let me just say this is the most beautiful handwriting I've ever seen, but I'm unpracticed reading handwriting, so forgive my tripping over my tongue. I am it is not the purpose, or not the fault of the letter writer. I am extremely opposed to the opening of Red Hill Road. The opening of the road would appear in jeopardy and ended on to the, it would be detrimental. It would not nor would it maintain safety of travelers, and also would hurt livelihoods. My husband and I were victims of such an attempt or a land grab in Lewis and Clark County. Suffice, the attempt was for personal gain, cost of thousands of dollars of our hard-earned money. To even suggest there would be no negative impact on the landowners, especially the Cox family, and simply is simply not true. I I know it's up to all of you, call me, I'll give you many, many more examples of how much damage is done by allowing others, their dogs, vehicles, etc., to cross your land. Most people mean no harm and perhaps do no harm, but others will trash and do it for their own personal gain. Broadwater County is faced with opening this road. Consider how anyone in your shoes would feel if I decided I wanted to access your property. Maybe I would want to dig for night crawlers in your yard for my benefit, and you are forced to spend a fortune in legal fees to keep me out. I'm not a relative, nor am I personally involved with the Cox family. I have spoken to them no more than 10 times. So I speak from experience on their behalf and for all others, including myself on Filson Road. And they are opposed. And the next letter is from Levi Lawfrey, also on Filson Road. I, Levi Lawfrey, as a resident of Broadwater County, oppose the opening of Red Hill Road in northern Broadwater County. I feel that the county cannot take on any more maintenance cost at this time. The road hasn't been passable for years, so I feel it would be cost prohibitive. Also, if you were to open it, it would create more traffic and more garbage be thrown out. Thank you. Both those letters agree with the decision we made, so I hope they will forgive me for not reading those into the record at the appropriate time. All right, anything else on these? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of comments over here. Are those just people who, what's that?
Let me make sure that they're still showing up on mine, but I think you're just seeing older comments. Yeah.
Okay, and they've all said we don't want these read out loud?
Yes, the one, there was a significant amount of comment from, what was his name?
Is that
Mr. Dave Sedlock, and
Okay.
then his retraction, so that's probably the bulk of what you're seeing.
Okay.
The most recent one showing live is also showing here from Josh Eggers.
Okay, so when that goes up live, will those comments be removed?
Yes.
Okay.
When it, no, sorry, when it goes, it won't be live. When it's uploaded to the website,
Right.
comments are off.
They are,
Is that what
okay.
you're asking?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, thank you. Yes,
The DUI task force, she was here and she said it's not her, she asked if you just put her on a future agenda,
perfect,
because we were behind, she had to go.
okay,
Thanks.
all right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had a Board of